It is almost time, almost time. I don't know if everyone, hello everyone, if everyone has heard the news today, the gaming news. Very sad day in video games today. Because, if you haven't heard, I didn't hear until about 2 hours ago as I was leaving work, even though the news came out earlier. But yeah, Bluepoint Games, makers of, they've been around for a very long time, but most famously, the Uncharted remaster games, the Shadow of the Colossus remake, and the Demon's Souls remake were shut down today. And it only feels right to honor Bluepoint Games at the start of the stream, which we'll do shortly.
It was a nice lift back there, but you got a lot to learn. I see great things in our future.
Don't hit me with copyright. Don't hit me with copyright. Don't hit me. Okay. Copyright may be a little strong there. Okay. Yeah, Tyler. I know. Damn, what a good game that was. Fuck. I mean, the original game was incredible too, but man, that remake. Also, RIP Japan Studio. The last two games, in fact, have been both Bluepoint and Japan. I think Japan may have been involved. Yeah, in Shadow of the Colossus original. Two amazing studios that made incredible games for decades are gone. I still hadn't processed Japan Studio being gone, and it's been years. Oh, yeah, Oz. Oh, man. RIP Bluepoint Studios. So yeah, not a great day in that way. I was very excited for this stream because we're going to be playing the OG FF7 Specifically, we're going to be ending the OG FF7. I was very excited about that. Very excitedly posted my oh Jesus Christ, it's loud. Very excitedly shared, my post today about tonight's stream, and I was looking forward to that, and then we got hit with that news. But hello everyone. Sephiroth, MT Mitchell, Oz, Fearless Cheshire Cat, farther is Tyler Hepner, Astro Zach, Labib Sahid, Egg with Feelings, Lakers, Ben Bumblebee, and anyone else that I may have missed. So yeah, big day today for us, at least, with FF7 coming to a close, with the OG FF7 coming to a close on this here stream. Obviously, we were talking FF7 constantly. So, did we just start stream? Yeah, we did. Valentine. So, and Dark Dragon, what's up? Static, what's up? So yeah, a whole bunch of, so in case you, just to recap the news real quick, because there's another bit of context that I thought was interesting. Bluepoint Games, if you haven't heard, who most famously, I feel like, made the Shadow of the Colossus remake, that was so beloved. Obviously, they did Demon Souls remake as well, and then the Uncharted collection. They did a bunch of other games too before then, but they unfortunately were closed down today. And I found something that was interesting because I was mad, like everyone. Let me pull this up. So I didn't even see this news until a couple hours ago, even though it came out like probably 5 or so hours ago already at this point. But I found about the news as I was leaving work. So yeah, PlayStation shuts down, Demon Souls, Shadow of the Colossus remake studio, Bluepoint Games. Probably the most famous bit of news about them, or the biggest news about them in recent years, was that they were making a live service God of War title that was canceled in January of last year. Which, when that news first dropped, I was like, oh my God, why were they working on a live service God of War game? And obviously it's because like Sony has been doing a big push around live service games. That started really under the Jim Ryan era and has pretty much continued. They have another new like live service game coming out. I mean, they literally have Marathon coming out from Bungie pretty soon, but Bungie's been doing that for a long time now. But for example, there's like a new Horizon live service game that's going to come out at some point. It has like a server slam toward the end of this month or March, whatever it is. Either way, they've been really pushing live service games, some that have very famously failed, like Concord, some that have just been canceled, like this God of War one. There was a Spider-Man one, there was a Last of Us one. A whole slew of them have gotten canceled. And then when this news dropped, it was like, oh shit, well, there's another one bites the dust because of these like live service ambitions. And it's, look, the math, the quote unquote math, the business, because I've seen some of these people on Twitter today. They're not many, but I've seen a couple of them and they've annoyed the fuck out of me. But there have been a couple of people who've been like, yeah, well, live service games, they make a lot of money, and like, of course, it makes sense to chase that thing, and if they just get one hit, then it makes a lot of financial sense. Look, single player games lose money. First of all, single player games can lose money, but the bigger issue with single player games is that they don't make as much money as live service games. It's not like there are plenty of single player games that are making money. It's not as if they are not making money. They're not making Fortnite money. And so it's not as if these things are all like money losers. They just don't make as much as the hypothetical of a live service. But here's the thing. So many live service games make fucking nothing. Like, look at, I think Sony just straight up lost money completely on Concord because they had to refund people. It was so bad. It failed so spectacularly that they had to refund people for buying it. So anyway, that just annoyed me on a different thing. And then I've also seen like, oh, Bluepoint pitched us to Sony. Look, when your boss says, hey, we are going in this direction, we are really looking for titles like this, then you get a bunch of studios like Bluepoint, like Naughty Dog, like so on and so forth, Ben Studio, who then go and they say, well, we have to, apparently our boss, our parent company really wants live service games. So, hey, let's pitch a live service title. That's a guaranteed way to sort of like, you know, get support and have the money for development, yada yada. So it's not as if like there was like the Bluepoint people. I highly doubt there was a significant portion of the Bluepoint team that was like, you know what we really want to do? We want to make a live service God of War title. Yeah, that's what we creatively in our souls want to do. Fuck off. That was not what was happening. There was also a pitch. Apparently there was a report that they had pitched at one point, like a fantasy single player original IP. But then this live service thing sort of took over. They're gambling if they throw enough studios at a live service game, eventually one has to stick. Ironically, the one that they didn't try, the one that had the most originality, the one that had the most sort of like natural development, Helldivers 2, which nobody expected to be huge, has popped a little bit. But that's what it comes down to. But the games have to be inspired. The devs have to fucking want to make the games. Every time you chase the money and you chase the trend, you lose. And how do we know this? Because everyone in this chat has followed Final Fantasy and the Square Enix company, right? They also chased the money, and it has arguably alienated a good amount of fans. It has led them astray in terms of game design for several installments. And only in recent years has it felt like they have sort of found where they should be, in my opinion, specifically with a remake project. But there was something else. So I'm mad at the executives. Don't get me wrong. Fuck PlayStation. Today is a fuck PlayStation day. But then I saw something that made me say, fuck my fellow gamers, which I actually do vaguely remember these numbers coming out years ago, because Insomniac had a leak, and in that leak, there was a lot of like proprietary data, inclusive of like other PlayStation games. And in it, it disclosed that Bluepoint sold 7.6 million games for Sony. And here you can see sort of the numbers more specifically. Let's see if I can pull this image out. But you can see, you know, Demon Souls, 1.4 million copies, Shadow of the Colossus, 1.2 million, Uncharted Nathan Drake Collection, 2.9, and then a lot of the other ones were sub 1 million copies. Gravity Rush, Flower, PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, Blast Factor, God of War Collection, Eco Collection. In total, at least on PlayStation platforms, 7.6 million copies, which is not a lot. It's not a lot. You know, famously, the FF7 remake itself has not done incredible numbers, but it's still done pretty well. And it's done about as well as the entirety of Bluepoint Games' entire history. Like if you look up FF7 remake, 7 million sales, that's the last number that we got. That came as of September 2023 was when this news dropped that they had surpassed 7 million copies. So to put Bluepoint's success in perspective, the entirety of that studio's history, at least on PlayStation platforms, sold about as much as the remake, as FF7 remake, as of almost 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago or so. So when looking at this, it also makes me, come on, gamers, we got to do better than this. We have a really talented studio making really good games that are celebrated and loved. And hey, 1.2 million for like a remake of an old game is pretty good. But I felt like the profile of these games is like so much bigger than these numbers. So it's like an unfortunate thing too, where like knowing how these goddamn companies work, that they can look at these figures and be like, well, maybe this studio is expendable. I don't agree, but we got to do better. We got to support these really good studios, these really talented devs when they make games like this. I own all 3 of these at the very least. I didn't buy the older ones, so I'm guilty on those too. I'm part of this 2.9, 1.2, and 1.4 though, so at least I can say that. But so yeah, it's depressing. But remember when people were speculating wanting Sony to buy Square Enix with acquisition rumors? So glad that was bullshit. It is never going to happen. Yeah. Yeah. Bluepoint's Demon's Souls remake is what made me acquire launch day PS5. Shame to see them go. Yeah. It's just depressing, man. You know, to have really good games and you know, everyone was wondering what they were making now, because we heard this news last year, January of last year, that the live service God of War game was gone. But I had figured, oh, they must be working on something, you know? And I guess now we'll never know what that is. I know everyone wanted them to remake Bloodborne. Granted, that takes some conversation with FromSoft. But yeah. I have the Shadow of the Colossus remake and never played it. RIP Bluepoint. Yeah, but you still bought it, Nightbreaker. So it still counts. Honestly, I think they would be better off just making new things. That's part of the appeal. Yeah, they apparently did pitch a new IP at one point. Bluepoint, new IP, fantasy. Pretty sure they worked on something. Yeah, back at one point, Bluepoint Games is developing an original non-remake third-person melee action game for PS5 following the cancellation of a previous live service project. So, yeah. They were working on something, but we'll never know. We will never know. This one's a bummer of this successful of a studio can go through this sort of thing. All of us are at risk, yeah. All right, but enough of the bad vibes. I'm sorry. I needed to just have that moment, just because I do love Bluepoint games that they have developed. I wish I could have seen them make an original game. That would have always been cool. I was always hoping to see something like that. But I guess we never will now. And it's a shame. Anyway, so for today's stream, as you saw, actually go to my profile. As you saw, you probably saw me tweet if you're on the Zitter. I posted today's stream, which is the finale and the future, the end of OG FF7. And I know many of you are usually in my stream, so you're probably thinking, oh, wait, weren't we gonna do like Disc 3 cleanup, right? Ultimate Weapon, the other side quests. But don't worry, I've got you covered. So I wanted to play the ending today. And then I wanted to get to FF8 next week. So that kind of sped up the timeline, because today would have been a stream of me doing a lot of the Disc 3 side cleanup stuff, like getting ultimate weapons and Omni Slash and yada yada yada. And just having played this game several times, I know what that part of the game is like. And for me, I want to make a show that I find entertaining for you guys too, and interesting. So I just didn't think it would be very fun to fly around and do this stuff, like specifically the ultimate weapon, that bastard, when you're trying to get Cloud's ultimate weapon and you have to chase the weapon around, it just keeps going back and forth and keeps turning, and you can chase that thing for a while. You got to bump into it and all that stuff. So anyway, I decided to shortcut it, similar to how I've shortcutted a couple of Crisis Core streams. So I recorded my playthrough from last night, which was indeed about 4 to 5 hours of me grinding side quest stuff. And I put it into a handy little video that we could just watch, and then we can play, so we could talk about it a little bit. And then we can play the OG. I believe Nightbreaker in chat had a question from me, and I'll answer that when he gets to it. The monopolization of gaming is a real shame. So many good studios, devs, and artists have been wrecked by greed. Yeah. And that's the thing really for me is like the greed, you know, like I take issue with, you know, one of the tweets that I saw, which was from a guy who used to work at Square Enix, actually. And he was saying that, you know, these single player games lose money, and he was citing, you know, Tears of the Kingdom selling less than Breath of the Wild and a couple other sequels like that. But here's the thing, that's not evidence that those games lost money. Like, he used the term lost money, and I'm like, they did not lose money. They still sold tens of millions of copies. They pretty definitively made money. What they didn't make was Fortnite money. So yeah, all this is a byproduct of greed. And I get it. That is capitalism. We experience it every day. Every, you know, especially publicly trading company is chasing some sort of growth. And so they're chasing the big white whale. But I think it often leads them to give up the reliable income in front of them. And then they end up like a Square Enix, where they end up on their back foot, or like an Xbox, where they go chasing Game Pass and other things that they think could lead to explosive growth and disrupt the industry. And now we see, you know, how something like that affects an Xbox, which is doing well now in terms of software sales, because they could sell, you know, all their games on all platforms. So monetarily, you know, they do make some money, but their hardware business is effectively dead. Not that they really care, you know, as long as they're selling Call of Duty and other big games across a bunch of different platforms, it's money by a different way. But they also spent $80 billion to do so. So it's late stage capitalism, yeah. FF7 Remake's title is green, Rebirth is red. What color do you think? I really don't know, Nightbreaker. I'm saying that that's your question. I'm not like a lot of FF7 fans, in that I'm not really, there's a couple of big topics that are big in the community, like what is the title going to be? What is the color of the logo going to be? I'm fine with whatever. Like, show it to me, show me the color, cool. You know, like I'm sure there'll be stuff, I'm sure there'll be things to read into it. But I don't really personally think about it. So it's hard to even answer, because it's not something I really spend any energy thinking about. Whatever they want to make the game awesome. That's what I want. Majority of games I play are single player. Yeah, that was actually the irony of the tweet that I pulled up that had the sales from Bluepoint Games. It was like, the name of that account was like too old for gaming or something like that, and I was like, man, I'm feeling that right now. Yeah, damn corpos, exactly. FF7 art style screen will be blue. Here's why I think so. Part 3 is about reclaiming his true self. Blue makes sense. Yeah. Hopefully we know by SGF and they drop a Sleep Easy trailer, yeah. Cool. All right, so let's check this out. So I did a bunch of stuff last night that I figured would be better to just do, and I could then just watch with you guys, and then we can talk about it. So of course, First thing to do was Lucrecia's caves, which like the funny thing about Lucrecia's cave is actually a very good example of why I didn't want to do this on stream, because you need to go to her cave and then get back in the submarine, get back to Junon because you can park the submarine there. Then you have to run around and do at least 10 fights and then bring your ass back. It's just not a fun experience in a lot of ways. It's fun. It was fun in 97 when you're like discovering it for the first time and doing it. But every time since, it's a little bit of a grind. So let's just watch and enjoy the actual product of that effort. What? That voice. It can't be. Lucrecia? Vincent? Lucrecia, stay back. Fucking they cook with this music, man. The Vincent music is just so good. I'm pretty sure the music is going to, volume is going to spike here, because I remember turning the volume up on my like PC control. I was like, oh my God, this music is so good. Yeah, there it is going up. What's up, Blitz? What's going on? He's about to get cooked. Poor guy. Now again, and I think she does say something that relates to this at some point here, but especially having gone through that video where that like recap Dirge's story, it's not that I don't believe that she like romantically loved Hojo and chose him over Vincent. I think she was really just prioritizing her career. She wanted to be a scientist. And this was her way to sort of like get in on that. But she is happy, and I don't mind. Human experimentation? How could you? Both of us are scientists, but we know what we're doing. Not long after, Lucrecia gave birth. The child's name was Sephiroth. God, when this info drops, I'm really looking forward to new players getting this information, right? Like we talked about it last week, where when we were confronting Hojo, and then Hojo claims to be Vincent's dad, or claims to be Sephiroth's dad. And we talked about how that's gonna like punch new players in the throat. And I'm really looking forward to this as well. Which is gonna be so sick in part 3. And I think they're gonna integrate it directly into the story. It makes a lot of sense for this not to be just a side mission and to be like part of the actual main journey. Turco's Hammer, the most beta line in all of FF7, here it comes. Just straight up shot. Vincent has so much revenge. He has so much revenge to give. This body is the punishment I was given. I couldn't stop them. Professor Gas, Hojo, Lucrecia. All I could do was stand there and watch, and that sin is mine to bear. What's up, Magic 8 Ball? Lucrecia, you're alive. I wanted to disappear. I couldn't bear to be with everyone. I wanted to die. But the Jenova cells inside me wouldn't allow it. Fuck, think about also this in relation to the Gi. I know John Q Gamer has a new video about the Gi, so you should probably check that out. I have not seen it yet. But this just reminded me of that, like that idea of like living forever and like wanting death and the cycle of life and death. Her story also sort of like gets into that, specifically through her Jenova cells shit. I've been dreaming about him a lot lately. Sephiroth, my dear little boy. But you know, never once held him after he was born. A mother, incapable of holding her own child. Can you even call that a mother? You speak of your sin. That was mine. Like the core crux of like this story. Like I know we have Dirge and Dirge kind of sucks, but like the core crux of this is like, fuck, dude. Like, yeah. Like this whole bit of like this feeling is just awful. And for them to be able to explore that with more detail is going to be really, really good. And they've already started to do that. I got to go back and look at that Vincent side quest because like the Vincent side quest in Rebirth at least starts to hint at the storyline. So I'm very curious what they do with it in the full part 3. Lucrecia. No, don't come any closer. Vincent, tell me. Tell you what. Sephiroth, is he still alive? I heard he died 5 years ago, but I kept seeing him in my dreams. Also, by the way, and this comes up a couple times in this recording, but I keep seeing him in my dreams. And dreams is so big, obviously in Crisis Core, and obviously in Rebirth. They talk about it all the time. The worlds are like the dream worlds that sort of exist. The conversation about whether dreams are real or not. You know, Cloud goes to sleep, and when he goes to sleep, he dreams, and within the dreams, or at least it seems like there's some leakage of Zack's world. Like it's through the vehicle of Cloud's dreams that we see Zack's world. So they're playing with that a lot. In Ever Crisis, there were the scenes of like the dream sequences of young Sephiroth or Sephiroth, like remembering Lucrecia, specifically as Jenova. Gonna be a lot of that. Obviously, yeah, dreams and 10. Yeah. I know he's like me. I know he can't just die that easily. That's relevant. In fact, like Lucrecia may be, wow, actually, now that I think about it, because I played this last night, but I didn't think about it too much. It was really, I wanted to like save the thinking before when I chatted with you guys. I was also listening to John Q Gamer's like live stream as I was playing this. But now looking at it again fresh, like this idea of I know he can't just die that easily. Like I wonder if Lucrecia will also be a way for us to understand Sephiroth even more. Like if we'll get to some extent some of the things that you learn in Dirge and also Ever Crisis about Sephiroth, and or how Jenova cells could keep someone like Sephiroth around in the live stream. I wonder if we'll learn through Lucrecia about that aspect of like what has kept Sephiroth around so long, even all the way through Advent Children, you know? So tell me, Vincent, that child, my dear Sephiroth. Apparently she also has remake style flashbacks in Dirge, like the same style. Oh, interesting. I gotta go back and look at that. Sephiroth is dead, Lucrecia. I forgot he just tells her straight up. And then, you know, as you know, that's pretty much it. And then you go and you do a bunch of fights, you come back, you get Vincent's final weapon, Lucrecia. And you also get his final limit break. So that's a Vincent section. Why does she pick this cave to hole up in? Is it explained? It isn't. This more like, I mean, as far as I know, This like crystalline thing though does remind me a little bit of Dirge. I'm curious if I could find what I said about this whole scene when I replayed FF7 before OG. It's in my video, my playthrough video. Sequential as it. Fuck, where was it? Did I find it? It was just kind of funny. Thanks so much, Monday, Monday, for the follow. Can I find these scenes? It wasn't serious. I was just fucking around. It has to be after I get the submarine. I don't know where it is. Sorry, I'm just like scanning through my old video. Ah, fine, never mind. Damn it. Whenever I do find it, I'll share it with you guys. It was just pretty funny. I was just joking on the on the Dirge scenes back then. Kind of looks like the Iron Throne. Yeah. What did Blitz say? It must have been earlier. So here's a weird fucking thing. So I was playing last night, and I just went to Middeal. Big Pig Venice. I'm not falling for your tricks with that damn name. Thank you so much for subscribing on YouTube. I know you're usually on Switch, right? What happened to Lucrecia here? Did she achieve her focus like in FF13? I gotta beat FF13 to even answer that. But here's a weird fucking thing. So I went to Middeal last night because I was looking for a like a Fury ring or like some kind of materia something. And I was near Middeal, so I was like, oh, let me drop into Middeal. Let me see if I could find this. I think it was a Fury ring, and they didn't have it, so I ended up having to go to Cosmic Canyon or wherever it was. But when I was here, I was like talking to everybody, and then I talked to this lady over here. Do you see her, chat? This lady over here. Now, if you remember when we were in Middeal before, there's that famous door that you get the key, you go to the door, it's like in the item shop, and then when you try to open the door, it doesn't work. And the guy, like the store owner, is like, oh yeah, it's not a real door. We just painted a door, but we kind of joke that if you go through it, if you go through that door, you can go into another world. And it's a funny door, yeah, the door quest. And then look what this person says in Middeal. Have you seen my husband? He disappeared during that big earthquake, and I can't find him anywhere. He must have been in the shop when it happened. You don't think he went through that door and wound up in another world? No, what am I saying? That kind of thing only happens in dreams. Sigh. The 30-year cook, the 30-year cook. That's how Cloud went to Xenogears and Tactics. Yeah, through the medieval door. That's how he ended up in Xenogears and Tactics and Kingdom Hearts and yeah. No, what am I saying? That kind of thing only happens in dreams. Bruh. This is in the game 30 years ago. He must have been in the shop when it happened. You think he went through that door and wound up in another world, which at first is just a joke, but now that I'm seeing it again, and it is again tying into the idea of dreams, he ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3. Fuck, dude. That's crazy. I feel like a damn fool. Yeah. Sephiroth is trying to teach Cloud how to lucid dream, guys. Yeah, that's the remake project. Relucid. FF7 Relucid. Open that damn door, Kamaguchi-san. Yeah. Nojima has just been like chasing this idea for a while. So anyway, fellow Bugenhagen is sick. I admit I'm rather concerned if something were to happen to him at a time like this. And then I got my boy Red 13 and we went back. Ramps. Do you know what the original English version is? I don't. If Turquoise Hammer is still in the chat, Turk, are you in the chat? If you are, I know you worked on the translation for this, so if you have the original localization handy, because to even do that, I would need to jump in the game and turn off the mod and fly over there and find out. But okay, you can look it up. Perfect. The Sephiroth quote where he says that he will not be a memory seems to be related to dreams also, since a memory is somewhat a form of a dream. Huh. I wonder what the original Japanese line of "I will never be a memory" is. I wonder. Yeah, Bugenhagen's passing is going to be crazy in part 3. As long as he redeems himself for gaslighting the shit out of Tifa, which I know he sort of apologizes for in Rebirth at one point. I'm asking about, I'm asking about this lady. Let me go back. So when you go back to Mediel, after the eruption, and it's like this, when I speak to this lady over here, is when she brings up like winding up in another world and how things only happen in dreams. So it's this NPC that's standing next to Cloud right now. It's not like a big piece of dialogue. It's just a random piece of optional dialogue. So I don't know how hard or easy it is for you to track that down. Hindsight, thank you so much for the follow. So yeah, Bugenhagen is dying. Cloud and Tifa decide, okay, that's not our place. This is for Red. Ramps. I don't think he's gaslighting Tifa. He's just, I know, I'm joking, Meltzer. But yeah, truthfully, that Tifa and Bugenhagen back and forth in Rebirth is actually very important, I think, to the entire thing. Pretty direct translation. Turquoise Hammer, I'm just curious, what was the original localization? Do you have what that was for that NPC's dialogue? Like, I know you guys did your translation, but unless you're saying they're the same. But the thing, I was just joking though about the, so originally that line from that NPC says, that's all just a dream that can never really happen. Does she make the joke about another world also? So yeah, Meltzer, I know, I'm just joking about it. But I do think that back and forth between Tifa and Bugenhagen is very important because, like, Tifa is literally challenging the traditional definition of how we know the live stream works. Like, Bugenhagen does his whole spiel that we know, where he's like, all life goes and returns to the planet. And then she goes, oh, but does it just return or does it become something else? And that is a concept that, as far as I know, was never in the OG. And never really explored, really, even in other explorations of FF7. Maybe Dirge, kind of, because it gets into the sort of like universal live stream. But she's bringing up like a whole new idea. She's like really challenging how we traditionally view the live stream. So beyond him being an asshole about it, or at least showing ignorance about it, I think it's an important sort of like hints or foreshadowing of like something different that doesn't currently have a payoff. But I feel like it's interesting that really the only thing that changed in the Cosmo Canyon story in Rebirth, aside from like the addition of the Gi stuff, is her directly challenging Bugenhagen and his understanding of the live stream, and even our understanding of live stream. Everything else about the Bugenhagen projector scene is exactly the same, except for that Tifa challenge. And we watched it. We've watched it several times on stream, but even when she questions him, the music changes. It's very interesting to me. Circus saying, I thought he'd be in the store. You don't think he got through the door and went to another country on the other side, do you? Oh, so in the original localization it doesn't say other world. It talks about another country. Interesting. And I think Tifa being the one to ask that question is so important too, because she is the one that stabilizes Cloud. Like, she brings Cloud out of his, like, she brings the truth to him. She's been in the live stream. Like, she is the way to sort of like break the manipulation of Sephiroth and Jenova in a lot of ways. And Sephiroth is trying to undermine her all throughout Rebirth. She is in many ways like the vehicle for like resolving things. And so the fact that they put that idea of challenging live stream into her just further ramps up. She's always been like incredibly important to this too, in that, you know, final half of the story. And that's just another thing they're putting on to Tifa for her to sort of like be part of that finding the answers, you know? Nanaki. All right, hold on. Gramps. Nanaki, what are you still doing here? I can't leave you like this, Gramps. I have to protect the Veil and everyone in it. It's my duty as Seto's son. Listen to me, Nanaki. I suspect you already understand this. If indeed you have some duty to fulfill, protecting the Veil is not it. See the withering trees on the mountainside? Hear the warble of a newborn choco chick? Mark ever the ceaseless flow of time whose span makes small the life of a single man. Let these be your teacher. Through them, you shall learn far more than you ever could from the Veil. All you see, all the knowledge you acquire, shall one day become part of the life stream and pass to future generations. To our children, to your children. So please, Nanaki, go with Cloud and use your eyes, your ears. I think he does the your eyes, your ears thing in Rebirth too. Come, don't make that face. You mustn't worry about me. There's a wide world you must go see. You might even find yourself a cute girlfriend. Used to say. I didn't know about this line. Was this in the OG localization too? They're like, you might find yourself a cute girlfriend. That's funny. Because he does and has some kids that we do know. Tifa's also usually the one questioning the motivation of everything happening, whether it's Barrett, Avalanche, yes. Shinra being solely to blame, yes. Holes in Cloud's stories, yes. Makes sense. Boogie's ideas too. Her questions always help add nuance to the situation, makes us continue to question what is right and wrong. You guys want to see one of my favorite Tifa moments that I haven't talked about, but will eventually be in something at some point. But it's from Remake, and Remake Part 1. It's another example though of like her knowing, you know, she does a good job of like shielding people from truth that might hurt them in a way. And so there's this moment. Thanks so much, Dash Rendar. Where the fuck is it? Post Rufus fight. So after the Rufus fight, and I don't know if like it's exactly her pointing out that she knows there's some bullshit, but I feel like Tifa is like saying this very aware. So when Cloud is about to slip and fall, right? She runs in, grabs him, and then says this line of dialogue.
You gotta be better than this.
Gotta be better than this.
Gonna play the hero.
If you're gonna play the hero. It's almost like her.
Than this.
I mean, she knows, you know, Cloud. She doesn't know, like, Soldier Cloud, right? This presentation of Cloud that he's giving all throughout Remake, where he's playing the hero, right? Like, in some ways, it's her. It's always read to me like her sort of like, it's like a knowing line, you know? It was always an interesting line. Yeah. Yeah. It's like her, she knows the truth. She's not going to blow up the truth. She's not going to blow up his sense of self. But as like someone who knows the whole story, this line always spoke to me as like, oh, she's like, it shows just how watchful she is over how he is. She was probably like, she shows worry in the OG when he fights Rufus by himself. This kind of shows maybe why there was some worry, you know, because she's still watching over him, you know, he's playing the hero. He's like, oh, I'm going to take Rufus by myself. And so she sticks around to make sure everything goes well. So when shit doesn't go well and he slips, you know, she catches him. She's a very like character centric. There are so many moments like that in these games that are like so grounded in the characters, like shrewds, you know, like what they know is what guides what they say and what they do. I just find it so good. These are like the little details in the writing that I find like so fucking good. That's why like I push back so hard against people who, you know, go and say negative things about the writing. Like, look, there are like not the greatest writing moments at times in these games, but like, come on, there are also moments like that show the level of detail in terms of like how they understand these characters, and what they would be saying and doing in certain moments, you know? Oh yeah, good point, Oz. She didn't let him fall this time, unlike what happened at the Sector 5 reactor. Yeah, she was not gonna risk that again, right? All right, where did we leave off? Talk about the girlfriend, about him finding a girlfriend. Yeah, it's right here. Ho ho ho! Come, don't make that face. You mustn't worry about me. So what? Oh yeah, this is a cute girlfriend scene. Line. That's right. I already read this. When 900 years old you reach, look as good as you will not. Oh, that's right. I want you to have this. You're more than ready to wear it now. Yeah, Zalopsky. Oh. I almost forgot about Bugenhagen's death, actually. And so, like, came to because I came to Cosmo Canyon originally just to buy something. I think it was like HP plus materia because I wanted to boost Vincent's stats. And yeah, I went to buy HP plus materia and came to Cosmo Canyon. I was like, oh, that's right. Shit, the death of fucking Bugenhagen. Or 13. Is Bugenhagen? Graham says he's going on another journey. Journey? Turns out he really loved flying on the high wind. He couldn't stand sitting still any longer. Zipped right out of there. He left me a souvenir though. Check it out. It's almost like Red 13 telling him another. It's almost like the way that Red 13 was given the happier version or the alternate version of the story. Because yeah, he was actually not given a happy version of what happened to his dad. But he was like he he was saved from the truth of what happened to his dad. He's sort of doing the similar thing in a way, where he's like telling him, yeah, fucking old guy died. He's like, oh, he wanted an adventure. Wait, aren't you supposed to give souvenirs? Gramps always was strange. Right. Well then, maybe we'll run into him again. Yeah, we just might. Thanks, Cloud. Part 3 is about to roller coaster of emotion. Part 3 is going to be so good. Like, there's so much to cover. Like, unless they really fuck up the landing, so many of the best, most emotional parts of FF7 happen in Disc 2. Like, some of the best stuff is in Disc 2. That's why, like, whenever I've heard people say, like, oh, you know, I don't know if Rebirth, like, even Max has said this, right? Like, after he beat Rebirth, he was like, I don't know if Part 3 can match Rebirth. I'm like, dude, but we have so much amazing stuff. We have the Whirlwind Maze, we have the live stream sequence, we have the return to Midgar, we have, you know, even going to space is pretty epic. We have the return to Forgotten Capital, we have Bugenhagen's death, we have the weapons. Like, there's so many like peak fucking moments to come that I feel like Part 3 might be my favorite, unless they really botched the landing, you know? I don't think people fully understand how crazy Part 3 is going to be, even compared to Rebirth. Fully playable party, full world map, high wind, submarine, weapons. It's going to be the best game. Slap fight. Yeah. Like, there's so much to happen. But look at you. Look what you have to do to get the ultimate weapon. You got to chase this dumbass around because his GPS keeps turning him around. Look at him. He just keeps turning around. It's like, ah, fuck, I'm going to go this way. And then he chases him and he goes the other way. Ah. It's so annoying. I fucking hate doing this. I hate chasing this dumb fuck around the map. I really do. The first time I played the game back in 97, it was fun. Every single time I've replayed FF7, I hate chasing this thing. That it never goes where it needs to go. And I'm like, just go to your spot. Potbelly, Sid really doesn't. There's like one allusion to it in the Gold Saucer, where he's like standing by the space game, and he talks about it. But I think we just haven't had a lot of Sid yet, so they haven't gotten into that. Oh my god, Wu Tai, all the Wu Tai stuff, Eric, yeah. There's just so much. So anyway, beat the bastard. Then I did Ancient Forest. Yeah, they haven't done Knights of the Round. I wonder how they will, if it'll be baked into the story or if it'll be a side thing. So look at these fun times. I really hope they do some cool shit with the Ancient Forest, like. So anyway, I did the Ancient Forest. I'm just taking you on like a quick guide of like my 4 hours. I got the key back to Midgar. I got the key to Midgar because that's how you get Tifa's ultimate weapon. But then on the way in, obviously, I had to do this as well. Here she is, chat. She's fine. See? She's fine. Oh, shit. Maybe not. Then I got Tifa's ultimate weapon. I stopped and got Sid's ultimate weapon, Venus Gospel. Oh yeah, thank you, Sawik. To everyone on YouTube, if you could throw a like on the stream. And then I went also back to Sid's house and talked to Shara. I guess it's all that's left to take care of that meteor. I'm confident you guys can pull it off. If you wouldn't mind, please please look after the captain for me, okay? I do wonder if there will be opportunities to sort of like run around the world and talk to NPCs like that, you know, like Shira and or even find Marlene I don't know. We've talked about that before, but then I was like, all right, I'm feeling it. Let me go get my what's up, Legendary? I was like, oh, let me get the Omni Slash. I was in the flow. My accessory is so my accessory was Ribbon, which is critical. Ribbon is so important in the battle arena because it guards you from all those like status effects that either enemies can do or the roulette can give you. So I was like, oh shit. And at this point I had like 20,000 points or something. And if you lose in the battle arena, you then lose all those points and you need 35,000 for the Omni Slash. So I lost my accessory and I was like, shit, now I'm gonna, because it's Tonberry. In Tonberry, shit. It's the only Tonberry I fought in the battle arena last night. I was like, motherfucker, I gotta kill him. He was feeling tense, but I got him. Then after that, all materia broken. I was like, oh shit. So now my double cut's gone. Oh yeah, I also did the Gelnica last night. The Sunken Gelnica. Evercrisis plot in part 3 should be exciting, though people argued that all the new scenarios are the weakest aspects of the story. In Evercrisis? Do you mean like Sephiroth stuff? I mean, some of the stuff, like, I still don't really care about Glenn and all that. But I think it's interesting enough. It's only interesting insofar as it, the most interesting stuff in Evercrisis is the dreams. Like the dreams that like Sephiroth sees of Lucrecia / Jenova. And then the same thing with like Angeal, and then how he fights against these sort of like Jenova influence. So you get a sense of like, you sort of see in real time how Jenova started to corrupt Sephiroth even back then. And how she tried the same with Angeal and didn't work. I found that interesting. Kofi, I think Omni Slash will actually be learned as a tome in part 3, like Rebirth. Don't know if it'll be the Gold Saucer, but something similar. Or again, it could just be somewhere in like the world. Like I would be cool earning Omni Slash. Yeah, as like part of the, okay, actually I have an Omni Slash kick that I think people might not like, but I kind of want Omni Slash to be preserved for New Game Plus, specifically because in the OG game, and thank you again for the super chat, but in the OG game, you can get Omni Slash here, or you can not get it. And then the first time you experience it is at the very end of the game when you do the 1v1 against shirtless Sephiroth. And then that's the first time you see Omni Slash and you're like, oh shit. And especially in the context of like the remake trilogy and like Omni Sephiroth, Omni Aerith, and like all the things that Omni can stand for now, it would be kind of sick if the first time you experience Omni Slash is in this big story moment where it makes sense, where it's almost like Omni Cloud doing it, and then it becomes something that you can then do in New Game Plus. It's like when you replay the game, you'll have it, but save it for that moment in the story where like it kind of is in the OG. I know a lot of people probably wouldn't like that because they want to do Omni Slash, but yeah, I want it to be special. I think Omni Slash could maybe be special if it were unlocked during his battle with Sephiroth. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, or maybe you unlock a new version of Omni Slash. Maybe you unlock more like the Advent Children version. Is like maybe you get the regular Omni Slash through the regular game, and then you get version 5, like Oz is saying, or whatever it was called in Advent Children. You get that version in the story cutscene. New Game Plus with the fusion sword, yeah. Omni Slash Prime, yeah. So at this point, I had 25,000 points. I was still 10k away. So I start to cook. Check this out. Check this out, chat. Look at this, chat. Look at these spins, chat. And then I'll pay attention to chat, but look at these spins, please. Neo Omni Slash? Yeah. Look at this shit. Lucky 7. No handicap. Did I actually show the whole fight? I think I did. Fuck. Anyway, cook these guys. And then, no handicap again. Lucky 7 again. Cooked him. Next wheel spin. Lucky 7 again. Now I cooked these guys. Oh, sorry. And then I got Cure. So I had 3 Lucky 7s in a row. And then Cure, which is also positive. But then in the same run, fast forward a little bit. What was my spin here? But look, I got the worst thing after that. 3 Lucky 7s, full Cure, and then all materia broken. All materia broken. I was like, shit. And I was like, fuck, at this point I had like 30,000 points, so I just needed to get out. But my dumbass continued fighting. But luckily, thank God, I survived it. I did like 2 fights with no materia, and then I got out. So I had 31,000 points at this point. And then here's the final run to see if I got Omni Slash or not. But let me look at what you guys said. Maybe you lose to Sephiroth and have to play the whole game over. Except this time you have Omni Slash. Goddamn. Omni Slash on Sephiroth is 60% through the game to defeat Jenova before you get the fusion sword. Damn. That'd be cool if all characters got some sort of quests to get their ultimate skill in New Game Plus. Yeah. Alright, so let's see. Chat, did I do it? Did I get Omni Slash? This is the final run. I need to buy a lottery ticket. I have bought lottery tickets many times. I have not won a single dollar. Not a single dollar. I'll be lucky if I played lottery in the future and like win a pineapple pizza. At this point, that's all I'm really hoping for. No way, did it F? Okay, we're good. Yeah. Subtext, I'm curious where you got the translation for comparing the English Rebirth script to Japanese. In which case do you mean, Shackman? Because there are cases where, because I have an export from the PC that has the localization and the Japanese. And then I have a sheet which is largely done by Shinra Archeology Department, where they hand translated a lot of stuff. And there have been any video I've used translations that have come from an official, like a human being who's done it. So sometimes they already had that in their sheet, or I hit them up and hey, can you guys like translate this for me? So they translate it for me. And there are other times on stream where it pulled up the Japanese text. And then we'll like Google translate it because I couldn't translate it in person with them. So that's happened at times. So I have basically have some translation that was like done by a human being. And then I have some that's just like in a rip from the PC files. That's just the text in Japanese. And then I throw that in Google. But anything that's been in any video, I've gotten that translated by hand. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't get Aerith's final limit break, no. Where'd I get that Shinra Arch sheet? I got it from the Shinra Archeology people, just because, like, I'm friends with them, so. I forgot what I was trying to do here. I was trying to eat there. And I still got 0 MP again. Yeah, I never got Great Gospel farthers. It takes a lot of grinding, and this stream wasn't for that, you know. This stream was more for, like, story, you know. I also realized I said "you know" a lot. I say that a lot. I was editing my conversation with Sleep Easy, and I was like, shit. I have to keep editing out my, you know. I'm like, fuck. Shut the fuck up. You know? Gotta fight the big worm. Speaking of the big worm, I also did fight the Midgar Zolom, and I one-shotted it. I was like, oh, it's so much easier when you're so much stronger. Oh, Duvay Zalapsky? So yeah, I did it. That was my 35,000. As you can see, my total. I had 35,446, so I did buy it. All right, so speaking of Omni Slash and the game, let's get into the game. Fuck, is it really 9 p.m.? Holy shit. No way. No way. All right. Just because we keep talking. You know, every time I talk to you guys, it just goes so long. It's really your fault, really. Really what it comes down to. It's you guys. You're a bad influence, really. $5 a.m. Sephiroth? Damn. About Omni Slash, since we already got Cloud, Omni Slash, Sephiroth at the end of the remake, maybe we'll get AC. That's another good reason why, yeah, like, we almost need a new version. Fuck, that's actually a really good point, Soulless. Like, he already pretty much tries Omni Slash as we know it. So I wonder if that's another sign that we need something different. More beyond the point that we know in Rebirth, you know? Or in part 3. Where do I get the save crystal? They already give me the save crystal? By the way, yeah, here is my, I have Omni Slash set, as you can see. Oh, I still don't have, what item cures sadness? Because I might need to buy some of those, because I have, like, Tifa's also sad. Item, cure, sadness. So I didn't have any. The save crystals gone in the cave, got it. I need a hyper. Where can I buy hypers? Where can I buy hypers? FF7. Most item shops. I could try for Condor, apparently. I just hate having sadness. It's just a shitty... I don't even know if the effect is really that bad. I just, like, hate not being able to get rid of a... Insuna should work too. I don't think I actually have the Insuna materia. Because I was looking for that the other day. I was looking for that yesterday, but it didn't have Insuna anywhere. As you can tell, this has been a very casual run through. But I'm strong enough for the end, so I'll be fine. Like, I have Omni Slash. I didn't do Gold Chocobo this time. But that's fine. It's fine. I've done it many, many times. And I think it'd be fun to beat him without using it. Big fan. Yeah. Cloud must, Omni Slash never defeated Sephiroth in the OG. It sets up Advent Children, so Cloud must go beyond Omni Slash if fate is to change. Omni Supernova? God damn. The bird's gone. I feel so full now. Seeing Omni Slash Deluxe like reminded me of like deluxe like burgers or chicken sandwiches or whatever. I was so depressed over the Bluepoint news that I stopped at Shake Shack on the way home and had like a burger and a beer to cope with the loss of Bluepoint. And I am full as hell. Is it technically an adrenaline? Because I don't have it. Oh, it was adrenaline. It's because of the new translation. Because the new translation, like, retranslates everything, including the items. So Hyper is now called adrenaline. So I did have adrenalines. You don't understand why they were closed. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. I mean, there's many reasons, not least of all the live service push from Sony that caused them to like delay. Like they had a game that they're working on for years that got canceled, which is a live service God of War game. The other shitty fact that I saw was somebody posted stats of like the sales of Bluepoint games. In the entire like 20-year history, like all their games combined, they've only sold like 7.5 million copies of like all their games total. Even though so many of these games are like hugely celebrated and like critically acclaimed, like Shadow of the Colossus sold like 1.4 million copies, something like that. Demon's Souls sold like 1.2. So they actually haven't sold massive amounts of games. So I could see some asshole in the accounting department being like, well, they just don't sell that much, so it's not worth having them. It's very frustrating. Was Demon's Souls their last banger? Yeah. They were working, well, it's confusing, Shift, because they had pitched an original IP. That's what was reported. But at one point they were working on that God of War live service. That got canceled. That got canceled. So remasters and remakes don't really sell that well. Generally, Konami remakes recently showed this too. Silent Hill 2 is iconic and it sold like 1 million copies, same for MGS3. That says a lot about FF7 Remake, doesn't it? And like why in some ways the ambition to make it bigger than others, Save Crystal, to make it bigger than just like a regular, to make it bigger than just a regular remake It's kind of admirable, you know, and almost maybe necessary. Because if it's the same game over again, I wonder how the Resident Evil remakes have done though. Oh, why do I have Vincent? I should probably have Tifa, but I think when all is said and done, FF7R will be looked back on as one of them as the most ambitious remake. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah, 7 million alone for the first game is insane. People just take it for granted because Square's golden age was insane. If you think about it, the 90s run was iconic. Yeah. Yeah, really comparing it to the sales of other remakes is very interesting, you know? Like 7 million sounds almost modest because, you know, the first one in total sold like 14, 15 million, something like that. But, yeah, that shit's crazy. Like 7 million when you consider MGS3 sales or Silent Hill 2. Oh yeah, it's got to be over 8 million now because they had 7 million as of 2023. So it's been 2.5 years at least since that number came out. I think it was like a September. It was like a September 2023 number, the 7 million. And now they have Switch. That's like additional another year and a half or 2 years. Sorry, 2.5 years. On like PlayStation and PC for sales, and now they have the Switch, well, Switch 2, and the Xbox, so I'm sure they're over 8 million. This guy Prince said he expects to sell Diamond 10 million before the end of the year, so that's great for FF7R. Yeah. It makes spend 10 days #1 on Switch 2. Yeah. Another example is like, it's more of a remaster than a remake, but Bluepoint's remasters of Uncharted, I think the total sales were like 2.9 million, 2.8 million, something like that. If you want to get extra mad, I mean, look, I'm a big fan of the Last of Us games, but the much like ridiculed Last of Us 1 remake, which mind you, Last of Us 1 was already remastered for PS4, and then they did the remake a few years ago that people constantly make fun of because it's part of it's another example of like Naughty Dog just remaking another Last of Us game. How do I get to that materia? But it sold like 2 million at launch, whereas like Shadow of the Colossus remake sold like 1 point something. Give me a Jak and Daxter remake. I never played the Jak and Daxter games. I know that was like Naughty Dog before Uncharted. I was never like huge on platformers. Now that I think about it, I'm not huge on platformers. No, dude, jump down. Oh, there we go. Elixir. Is that a fucking materia? Cause I'm like, what is that? That's sparkling, or rather, what is this up here? It's bothering me. HP absorb materia. How do I get to that? The guidebook, yeah. I got it on eBay a few years ago. I had it as a kid, but for nostalgia purposes, I bought it. And now that I'm replaying it, I'm like, oh, let me use the guide. Let me use the old style guide, you know? Oh, that's right. I took off, for other reasons, I took off double cut, which is called something else. Did I give it to somebody else? Chain attack. Yeah. Counter. Judgment Dame? Oh, Judgment Day theme. Yeah. I feel like I missed this materia up here. Go back to where you open the chest and go right. Oh, got it. Thanks. Yeah, dude. This is a mod. The UI is a mod. I have like loads of mods on this. If you go to my YouTube channel or stream, I have all the mods that I'm using currently listed in the description. There it is. So I have the chibi mods, the chibi models. So it's still like the traditional FF7 like chibi art, but it's just up-res a little bit. All the maps are up-res at 60 FPS. I have a mod for, it's like a retranslation. It's called the Shinra Archeology Cut. And it's done by the guys at Shinra Archeology Department. And so it retranslates the entire script to be more accurate to the original Japanese. It also includes cut content, like things that were planned for the OG FF7 but didn't make it into the OG FF7 or were cut for whatever reason. Like there's a crazy, like the whole wall market section is like way expanded in this mod. And we played through that on stream. I know there's like a little something that's added to the Sephiroth fight. It's not major, but when we get to Safer Sephiroth, like in between Bizarro Sephiroth and Safer Sephiroth, you'll see that Sephiroth has some extra dialogue. It's not a whole lot, but there's extra Sephiroth dialogue in the phase shift between Bizarro to Safer Sephiroth. Expanded wall market section, how so? There's a video on Last Elixir Productions, that YouTube channel, which is done by the guys who made the mod. And they go into detail on those. You can find my old stream of the wall market area to experience that. Let me see if I can find that real quick. I can link it in chat. Get back to all my streams. Live. Oh shit, was that only on? Oh yeah, I wasn't streaming it on YouTube. Is it in my VODs by any chance? My VODs channel? Or do I need to upload it? Oh, I still need to upload all my OG playthroughs. Shit. Okay, well, in the meantime, you can check this out. Last Elixir Productions, Wall Market. They did a whole video on it. It's pretty fucking crazy. But it's here. I just posted it in chat. But they made a whole video all about the uncensored Honeybee Inn, FF7's raunchiest cut content. It's a very good watch. Very funny. I already went this way. Yeah, there's like a whole like opening map that's different to it. Like even just for I forgot who asked about it in chat, but look at this for example.
FF7's Honeybee Inn.
Like it's pretty crazy. Like when you walk into the Honeybee Inn, it looks like, where's the new intro area? Yeah, when you walk into the Honeybee Inn, it looks like this. For anybody who wasn't in that stream and those streams when I did this part of the OG, you walk in, this is like an entire additional map, and like all this other story stuff happens here that you don't get. Pretty fucking crazy. What if Sephiroth Endgame is Supernova? I'm talking true Sephiroth, Jenova Sephiroth Meteor, post AC Sephiroth blows up the sun. I do wonder what they'll do with Supernova, because if they'll do something big. I mean, in Remake, in that fight, he sort of starts to do something similar. I think that's kind of what he's counting down to in Remake. Which he can successfully get that attack off if you let the countdown finish. And it's like a game over. But I wonder how they'll do it, because like obviously people remember Supernova, like it's super famous as like a crazy attack, but it also is a bit of a like a bit unrealistic and a bit extreme, but people do expect it in some way. So I wonder how they'll like do an homage to it. There you go, like a CGI thing. What's up, Dawak Khan, or Dawood Khan? What's up, Sex? Are we talking about bald bars and stuff today? That was hilarious rant you went on the other day. No, we're good on the bald bars, thankfully. I think you touched up on a lot of important things in your big video last year in the synthesis of 7. I feel like the escalation of Sephiroth is a huge point that needs to pull that off. Yeah, I was like, speaking of big videos, I hinted about it on Discord today, but I was like thinking about something. Can I not climb this? I guess not. I was thinking about something. Shit. I want to get to that chest. I was thinking about something during lunch today at work, and I ended up, oh, that's right, the crossover. What I ended up doing was I may have stumbled onto something pretty cool. I don't have the Echo S mod, dude. The biggest reason I don't have the Echo S mod is because it's a voice acting mod, but this has a whole new translation, so it's not compatible with the translation. So, like, they recorded a different script. I did hear that they are working on an macOS based on this translation. I heard about that, I think. But that's probably like a ways away, because I know like the first macOS took a long time. So yeah, I can't use the voice acting because it doesn't match the script. Not completely, at least. How long do you think the final dungeon will be in part 3? Well, Jesus, right? Like, we're gonna use like, thank you so much, Sprankadank, sorry. Well, if we're gonna use like Remake as an example, or Rebirth, I mean, look at the Temple of the Ancients. Like, the Temple of the Ancients was insane. Like, Temple of the Ancients took me like an entire day. Like, it was an entire Sunday. I'm kind of dreading them making it overly long. You inspired me an idea for me. The clear materia becomes a materia of peace, and inside it is a dream when Earth lives, and it's the OG world after the ending, and that is the promised land. It's interesting. That's not where my mind goes. Really, what happens with the clear materia is like a major question, right? It's one of the biggest mysteries for sure for part 3. I don't have any great theories as to what the empty materia could be. I had an idea the other day, and it might make it in a video, but it's really not. I really don't know what they're going to do with it yet. Really, my content is more of like, I said something when I was talking to Sleep Easy in the video that I uploaded. Well, in the second part of the video that I uploaded. Holy shit. I did not realize I had this. They cast this shit on me. Oh shit. I'm gonna fucking die. Oh, thank God. Ooh, that was close. But I mentioned when I was talking to Sleepy, I was like, oh, I take offense at the categorization of theory, bro. And mostly because, like, I don't see myself as someone who does, like, theories really that much. Like, even my big video was more about, like, analyzing the story. And, like, the very end of the video, I throw out an idea. But the idea was very simple. It was like, what if, you know, Sephiroth uses this like other world that may have been made as like an offer to Cloud that Cloud has to reject. But in terms of like a new theory, is really one of the few things in my video. That and like the idea that like Aerith, you know, dissolves into live stream forever. But in terms of like the actual like theories in my video, it's kind of light. Like what I more so do is like I point at scenes and dialogue and I'm like, look at this and what it could mean, you know, like in the context of like the original or what we know about storytelling, these scenes could mean X, Y, and Z. But there's really not a lot of predictions in my video. It's very light on predictions and like theories. Like there's really not a lot of theories. It's more like analysis and like story structure thinking. I analyze like why people reacted the way they did. But in terms of like hardcore theories, it's very light on theories, I feel like. Like what I was trying to do more was like give people a perspective on like why the things that were in the game, more than trying to predict exactly where it's going, you know? I was looking at the big picture, yeah. Damn, one shot at this bitch. Kind of strong right now. By the way, when you take the stuff like the hero drinks and whatnot, like luck ups, like these are permanent boosts, right? Like, I'm pretty sure these are permanent upgrades. Vincent can honestly use a couple. Heroes are cool, but don't work yourself into a frenzy. High wind, weapon, Sephiroth. Keep it basic. I love trying to look at it neutral as a picture. I love to see what they give me next. I love to theorize, but for fun, anything goes wrong. One of my favorite parts of your Rebirth analysis was the comparison between Star Wars and the remake trilogy. Yeah, like that's more of what I do, I feel like. Fire in the hole, baby. I need his limit break to level up so I can learn his ultimate limit break. Damn. Ah. Damn. Two quad nines. Damn, Cloud. Once you get the ultimate weapon, it's kind of insane. Shit. There we go. The quality thoughts that the fans have had from all this stuff, so awesome, and it sucks, yeah. Like even John Q Gamer, who did that Shattered World or the Shattered Planet theory. Like he was streaming last night for the first time, and he streamed like for several hours. There were like several hours of conversation, which is really cool to see. And I was listening to a lot of it, and even like his like Shattered Planet theory, like when I first heard it, I was bumping up against the idea of like it logically made sense. I was like, I could see what he's arguing, but one thing I was like confused about was basically he was like proposing, it sounded like, oh, the worlds were created to, you know, finish, you know, kill Jenova or like trap Jenova. But my thought was like, I thought the worlds were created at the end of Remake. Like that's when we defeat the Whisper Harbinger. And like as Sephiroth explains, like, oh, that's when Fate was breached. When Fate was breached, new worlds were born. So I was like, well, that doesn't necessarily add up then. What is this chest? Is this anything worthwhile, or can I skip it? Let's see. But then thinking about it for longer, I've now actually warmed up to the idea that maybe the worlds already existed before the Whisper Harbinger was killed, because the Whisper Harbinger was always keeping everything going along, all those worlds along the way that they should. Is there anything? What is that item? It's I. It's a mega elixir. I mean, I have plenty of mega elixirs. We'll see. If there's an easy way to get to it, then I'll get to it, but. Theory Bro's kind of rude. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. There are definitely lots of people who like throw out a lot of theories. And sure, I have like mentioned some theories. I just feel like most of my content isn't trying to exactly predict, oh, this is exactly what's going to happen, which is what like a theory usually is. My approach is more so like just story analysis, you know? This reminds me of what Maxud said. This is our last chance to relish in the moments leading up to part 3. I was thinking about the other day. I was like, man, we are like, I was thinking about my conversation with Sleep Easy, where we talked about like once we get that first trailer, like if it's an early 2027 release, and once we get that first trailer, who has full cure? Somebody has full cure. Cloud does. Once we get that first trailer, like with Rebirth, my idea is create more thinking. That's what you like. Yeah, that was the intention, honestly, because I felt like like the conversation had kind of died after Remake ended, or after Rebirth ended. Like people were like, "Oh, I kind of know what's going on," and there wasn't really like a whole lot of like new thinking happening. So I truthfully was just hoping that my video could like open up new lanes of like thinking of, because everything was just came down to like, oh, okay, Cloud's head is messed up. It's basically going to be the OG. There wasn't a lot of like thinking about the possibilities. So that was really the goal of my video, was to show that there are more possibilities, that it may not be that straightforward. Because I feel like for the longest time after Rebirth came out, everyone looked at it as like pretty straightforward. And there was almost like less intrigue about it, you know? But yeah, thinking back to like, so the conversation that I just edited and put up on YouTube with me and Sleep Easy, we were talking about how like when that first trailer drops, like if it's an early 2027 release, then once that first trailer drops, if it is summer, then we're just going to get a continued like drop of stuff. We're going to get something at TGS. We're going to get something at, we'll probably get something at, we might even get like a New York Comic-Con type of thing, because they did that actually last time. Fuck, how do I get at it? And then there'll be Game Awards and probably a State of Play, and then the year will turn over. It'll be 2027 before we know it. And we're just going to be in the end. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but in that final lead up to Rebirth, it was just like the advertising to like non-fans wasn't that great, but I felt really fed, right? Like there was the New York Comic-Con panel, there was the Tokyo Game Show, like hour-long demonstration and conversation with the devs. There was I mean, technically the State of Play, which I kind of skipped, the one that was like dedicated to Rebirth, where they showed the final trailer and a whole bunch of gameplay stuff. I just didn't watch it because I didn't want to get spoiled at that point. Where the fuck do I go? I feel like I have to jump this way, but then it's been literally over 10 years since the community has been discussing the remake project. Yeah. But what I was saying was there was a whole bunch, they felt like there was just like a whole deluge, like an avalanche of information for the longest time leading up to Rebirth. And then it just came out. And then it was like, it sucked because then it was like, oh, we have to wait for another game. And now that's it. Like once 2027 hits and the game comes out, There's not another one to look forward to. Like, this is the final hype cycle. This is the final cycle of like trailers and demonstrations, and I feel like I'm brain dead. Why can't I like get where I need to go? Fucking hell. I guess I have to go back through that door, maybe? As you can tell, it's been a while since I've done this dungeon. I will take tips and hints. Dude, jump down. Because I feel like I need to get over here again. This chest is blocking me. See, I can run this way, but I can't run past it. Well, I can, but like not over. And this just leads kind of to a dead end. Oh, wait. Oh, duh. There it is. Yeah, they better reuse this combat system in like future Final Fantasy games. Especially because like that was something that Kind of Funny talked about, where they talked about the fact that like they talked about the Kind of Funny Games Daily. They have like a daily news show, and they did an episode yesterday about the Hamaguchi news, where he said that it's in the final push, and so they're speculating on when it would come out. I mean, it was kind of funny because they predicted like 2028, but eventually people in chat told them 27. But the thing that Blessing, one of the hosts, brought up was he was like, hey, credit to Square Enix, because they have traditionally taken like 10 years to release games, and they were going to release this entire trilogy. If they hit 2027, they will release all 3 games within a 7-year span. That is a testament to reusing systems, right? Like the fact that they haven't had to create an entirely new combat system with each game. They've just been able to like reuse the combat, add things to it, but you know, reuse it. They don't have to create an all new system like they have in the past that has truthfully bitten them in the ass. So I'm hopeful they've like, look how fast they can pump out Final Fantasy games once they've actually adopted a repeatable system, you know? Keeping the dev team together, yeah. Now, they'll have to do different systems for like the other games, but Night Sky Prince has talked about this before, and the way that he talked about it was really smart. He was like, back in the day, like in even the PS1 era, all the games had the same core like ATB combat. You know, they called it different things and it worked slightly differently. But the thing that really changed between the games was the progression system, like the RPG stuff. Like the materia system was different from the junction system, which was different from the FF9 system. She didn't really have like a great name from what I remember. But it was like the same core battle systems, 3 characters lined up, 4 in the case of FF9. But it was, you know, traditional turn-based but what changed was the way you leveled up and the things that gave you abilities, the way you use magic and summons, and so all of those things, I think they can continue to revamp, right? Like an FF17 could have the same like real-time pausing ATB of FF7 Remake, but they don't have materia, you know? They have some other system. And that's what they should be chasing. And I know Night Sky Prince has been pushing that for years, and I completely agree. because look how fast they can get through the 3 remake games once they have a core base of like combat and how the game sort of functions. They had to build an entire world map and everything for Rebirth, but still. Yeah, Final Fantasy isn't sustainable the way they had been doing it. I think a remake trilogy is the only model where we can get. It's like innovate on the other stuff. Innovate on story. Innovate on progression systems, like RPG systems. So we won't have Materia again. We'll have whatever. We'll have Junction 2.0, whatever. But like, put the innovation toward things like storytelling and RPG systems, but the core base combat and like world exploration, I think that's been solved in the remake trilogy. To be honest, they've always done that 1 through 3, 4 through 6, 7 through 10, 13 trilogy, yeah. But then, yeah, they were just completely remaking things with like 15 to 16. And I just hope they don't repeat that same problem with 17. 16's combat system was good, but it needs to be harder on base difficulty. Yeah, all that stuff, it's like there was good stuff there, but there were too many faults for it to be really good, or for me to really want it to be the basis for the future, you know? Crossroads, we'll have to split into parties. Which way are you going? So, this, I want to make sure we go toward the direction that I want to go, because there's something in the map that I've shown to you guys before, but it's often the direction that a lot of people don't go, and it leads to a part of the dungeon where you can see what kind of like worlds in the background. Let's see. I want to go right. Where I want to go is right. All right. So I'm going to go right. Barrett. I know there's like optimized parties to like get the max like items back and stuff. I'm just going to pick my main party to go right. You can go left. You can go left. You can go left. You can go right too. It's fine. Don't any of you go dying on me. Not before we reach Sephiroth. So in part 3, this will happen at like 6 hours through the dungeon. Like at the pace of Temple of the Ancients, this will be like 6 hours in that we'll get to this. But okay, so to play this out, if they split the party, which they will, I'm sure, in part 3, what could be cool is if is environmental storytelling. So we're going to see an example of that when I go right. And it would be cool if like this dungeon gives you more information on like the planet and the live stream and the Cetra and like additional lore that, you know, gives you even more context for what's been happening in the world. Like that would be a way to expand. Temple of the Ancients kind of does that. But that would be a way to expand this dungeon without just making it feel like Hojo's dungeon in part 1, which kind of sucked. But like if the different paths in the northern crater actually reveal new things about the world, that could be cool. We're gonna go find that sucker first and tear his silver hair out. The final act is drawing to a close. Oh man, the last episode of Materia Hunter Yuffie's looking a lot like Be Forever Materia. What? I hope the Northern Crater has some unique enviro stuff. Temple had too many samey looking areas, which didn't help it from feeling like the drag at times. Or like repetition, right? Like as cool as like Aerith stuff was with like where she's like summoning the live stream to like move the parts of the temple around. There was almost too much of it in a way. All the life on this planet. No, the fate of the planet itself rests on our shoulders now. We got a fate mention. I'm so happy to have met you. Yeah. We're almost there. The end's in sight. Okay. I'll make sure everyone's got their stuff. Tifa, give her a premium heart. Oh, Minerva. The Minerva bracelet is sick. The Minerva bracelet, well, I got at the Ancient Forest. Nullifies fire, ice, gravity, holy, women only. Minerva. What does she have? Time, ice, magnify. She could use a healing as well. Let's give her an MP up. Maybe she has 3 summons. Probably don't need that many summons, but let's give her a more bitch and Bahamut. Okay. Barrett. Actually, you know what would be good on Tifa? I think Cloud currently has it equipped, but he's not really using it. Yeah. Let's give Cloud, or let's give Tifa long range materia. Let's move her to the back, because her defense isn't that amazing. So I'd rather have her in the back. He has his max, I think. Give her a ribbon too. Sorry. Temple of the Ancients felt rushed? I definitely didn't feel like it was rushed. I mean, maybe the music stuff, like you're mentioning, might have been might have not been what was expected, but it definitely didn't feel rushed. Oddly enough, I prefer the Rebirth Temple from the OG version. I hate the OG version's puzzles and time clock puzzle. Yeah, some of that stuff was clunky, especially in replays. All right, chat, look at this shit. What are some things that we noticed so far? This isn't really Rift-like, but these spots in part 3 are gonna be so sick. I can't wait. Thank you so much, Matt, for the $10 super chat. These aren't necessarily rifts, although it kind of does look like the break in the sky that Sephiroth creates. But what I'm really most intrigued by is this shit, chat. Now we got it in HD. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger for you guys. Look at these fucking things, chat. What is going on here? What is going on here? These look like broken planets, moons with rips in the sky. I wonder what that is. Yeah. A lot of this imagery does remind me of worlds. What does Sephiroth say in chapter 14 of Rebirth? He says that these worlds fade away. Like ultimately, they're doomed to fade. And then look at the green live stream surrounding it. Now, not all of the worlds, not all of the destroyed worlds look the same. As I run down this, you'll see there are some that are completely just broken shells. Shit. Like these right here. Hold on, let me. Like over here, you have what just look like broken shells here with like no connection to any kind of like green live stream flow. Like the ones on the left. So does that mean that all of this stuff is just like all the new stuff is just stuff from the past? You know, like it begs the question, does this just mean that all of this new stuff are concepts from the original? I think yes, essentially. Feels like eggs. It could be. It could be. Like weapon eggs, that is possible. I guess the question that immediately came to mind for me when I encountered these was, oh, does that mean that all these concepts like the worlds that we just didn't see were always there? I think that is possible, but it also doesn't to me say that like these things don't potentially add up to something new. But they are interesting. In fact, you can see them in the background. Maybe they are shells. They kind of look more like shells here in the background of the fight. But you can see them here in the background of this combat map. If this attack ever ends, you can see they're the same like cracked either shells or worlds or whatever in the background of the battlefield, which is interesting. But they felt kind of planet-like, especially because they reminded me of the worlds that you see in the live stream sequence. Like in the live stream sequence, there are those like worlds, like those orbs that look like planets in the live stream sequence. Here you can see another shot of it, a little bit more closer in. It doesn't help clarify for me whether they're like worlds or whether they're like weapon eggs, but you do get a more close-up shot of them here. Either way, I think it's very cool. The Forgotten Capital glass staircase that leads down to the altar, so ethereal design. Well, here's the thing. That thing we just ran down, that won't be in part 3. Because as we know, they are allergic. They're allergic to spiral staircases, to circular staircases. We will not get this in part 3. That spiral that we just went down, sorry, can't do it. Unreal Engine can't handle it. So we're not, it'll be an elevator. Odds are this will be an elevator. And from the elevator's point of view, we will not be able to see any of these worlds or eggs or whatever they are. We're not going to see any of it. All this really cool stuff, no. We need an elevator instead. That's what's going to happen. I just won't forgive them. I won't. I'm also memeing, but it is a disgrace. So, elevator in the core of the planet, elevator music with a hint of dread. There'll also be a bench and a vending machine, and that will actually be there probably. That's not even memeing. There just will be a Shinra manufactured bench and what's the name of the books that you upgrade that has like a vending machine? It'll be the regular vending machine. But then there'll be the fuck, why can't I think of the name of those things in Rebirth? Your ability upgrade menu. Folios, yeah, there'll be a folios. Chat, look at this. This is so juicy. As a name, Folios is one of the names for a system I think I might hate the most. Something about Folios, just the sound of it, I've never liked it. Even playing Rebirth, I was like, I gotta get a folio? Why a folio? Oh, there's an OG save crystal? Yeah. That would be ideal. But there won't be. There'll be a bench. If I could make fun of anything for remake for anything, is for the disturbingly out of place benches and vending machines. They try to bake them into the environment as much as they can, but it's just still jarring. It feels like we're at the office with that name. Yeah, it feels like we're at a fucking Kinko's. Case this pulls up with a Shinra camping chair with the Safe Crystal logo. Yeah, there you go. Now you're thinking. I still have no idea what a folio is. It looks like a book or a manuscript. Yeah, I mean, maybe manuscript, because they sort of make that point in, like, if you remember in Remake, when you beat the chapters in hard mode, you would earn like a manuscript for each chapter. And if you remember, you like get those like manuscripts also give you upgrades. But like, you've learned, you know, Cloud melee attack level 3 were through essentially books. Which kind of makes sense. You learn stuff in books, so sure. Sometimes I think they will put Omni Slash as a weapon learned from the Ultima weapon or as a last folio upgrade. Yeah, we talked about it earlier that it would be cool though if they made it so Steve was about to die, unfortunately. But if they made it so that you get Omni Slash in the way you get it in the story in OG, like in that final Sephiroth encounter, and then you could then use it in New Game Plus, but basically they kind of keep it. An individual leaf of paper or parchment numbered on a recto and front side only, occurring either loose as one of a series or forming part of a bound volume, printing the page number to print a book. Yeah, I mean, I do know what generally that it meant, like a book. But that's it. I got a res. Why is Barrett sad again? He's constantly getting sadness. Because he left Marlene. behind. That's why. It makes sense. So basically, yeah, to 100% all side contents, get all the folios and get all the abilities and limit breaks, yeah. I don't know why that progression system is to actually be in story. Sometimes it can just be something only players deal with. What do you mean, Dark Dragon? Like getting Omnislash? I'm just saying, like, it's a story moment in the OG. Like, if you don't have Omnislash before the end, you get it as part of the story. And I always thought that was a cool idea. So it could be cool if they retain that, you know? They don't have to. I just think it could be kind of cool. Are you talking about folios? Yeah, I really don't know. But somebody in chat did mention, what the fuck is this guy doing? He fucking kills me right now. Oh wait, this is a enemy skill. I just need somebody to survive so I can learn this enemy skill. Hell yeah, learn Pandora's box. Fuck yeah. I actually love Pandora's box. I feel like she's not doing long range damage. Because in that fight, she only did like 100 points of damage. She needs some HP up. Cloud, give her one of your HP ups. You have too many. Oh, I have more HP ups, but they're like not in this party. Oh, wait, over here. Because right now she's getting her ass whooped. She does not have a lot of HP. There we go. God, look at you, like, you're running through, like, the spine of a creature. Did you notice that, chat? Fuck, I'm getting to another goddamn fight. Bro, what the hell? One of my group chats has 66 text messages tonight? What is going on? I know they're trying to make plans for tomorrow. I'm streaming right now. Plans later, but I glanced over to 70 unread text. It's because we're making plans to like meet up tomorrow after all of us get out of work. But did you see this? Like, we're in this like skeleton of this thing. Kind of reminds me a little bit of like the Gi village where we run through like a skeleton. Yeah, nobody had like really made plans exactly for tomorrow. So now we're all trying to scramble to be like, okay, so what are we doing? And I'm like, whatever you want to do, guys. Like, want to go see a movie? You want to get a drink? Whatever. At this point, they've talked about it enough that I'll just follow their lead. I will just follow their lead. And this way I can get more shit. Oh, it's so much more visible in this mod. You see the materia here? It's like kind of hidden, or like almost impossible to see in the OG version of this game, but I can see it pretty well. Tomorrow's just a regular day. We're just we're all just trying to take advantage of, like, just hang out after work. But I'm like, I'll follow your guys' lead. Like, whatever you guys decide, I'm cool with. You've clearly been talking about it a lot, so I will leave it to you. Ah, fuck. Ah, what the hell? Am I an idiot? How do I get to that again? Just as he lands, I have to hit it. I thought I did. It might be, you know what it might be? It might be because of my, like, frame rate mod. Oh, there we go. Finally. Okay. Because the frame rate mod throws off the timing of things. Oh shit, it's Mike Wazowski. We're fighting Mike Wazowski, a flying Mike Wazowski. All right, we got him. Shit. In every Final Fantasy, I have called him Mike Wazowski since Mike Wazowski became a thing. How could you not? Shit, what does Mega All do again? Make all actions multi-targeted. Ah ha ha. That's right. Yeah, it's so fucking busted. I'll take it. Which Monsters movie did you like more, Inc. or University? Oh, that's a good question. It's hard for me to say. I've only ever seen, like, both of them once. I mean, I would argue that, like, Monsters Inc. is most, like, iconic. But I will say I was surprised how much I liked University. I did not expect to like University. I expected, like, Monsters University to be, like, a cheap cash grab. And I did not expect to like it. But I liked it more than I expected. So, is it a great movie? I don't remember. But I do remember liking it more than I expected liking it. I want that bus-ass mega alls and endgame material in part 3, of course. That's been another point of conversation, I know, for a lot of people, including Max, like... well, here's the thing, mega all just... It just seems to remove, or like nullify, my... my chain attack, though, which kind of sucks. I might move it then. Maybe give it to someone else. This is Ink over University. Universities are really good, but Ink is a lot more emotional to me, at least, yeah. Like, when I think of Monsters Inc. as like a thing, I think about Monsters Inc. I don't think about Monsters University, so that alone kind of tells you something big. Like, it's still a fun movie, but yeah, the one that sticks with you is Monsters Inc. I'm so behind on Pixar stuff though, because there's like other Pixar movies, like other more recent Pixar movies I have not seen. Like pretty much everything post-pandemic from Pixar I have not seen. Motherfucker. Got him. Like there was that one movie I know that like where everyone is in like a where everyone is where like it takes place in like some kind of like rock band's van sort of thing. All that stuff, I just missed it. I have not gone back to watch. And I've heard some of them are good. I just haven't gone back and watched. Was Elemental Pixar, or was that like a Disney? I haven't seen that, but I do have friends with like kids who love Elemental. I did see Inside Out 2, and it was pretty good. I still like Inside Out 1 more. It was interesting to sort of like make anxiety a character, given anxiety like shit today, but it just wasn't as iconic as like Inside Out 1, you know? I just don't know if Toy Story 5, like, I remember I didn't even want Toy Story 3. I ended up loving Toy Story 3. I think that the Toy Story 3 was like shockingly very good. Like to the point of like, oh, this feels like an ending to Toy Story. Like it makes sense. And then they kept going. Toy Story 4 was better than I expected. But I just didn't feel like we need anything past Toy Story 3. Well, look, that's what's going to happen with Final Fantasy, guys. We're going to get part 3. We're going to be like, oh, this is the grand ending, right? No. No. There's so much more to do. We'll get FF7 2, Electric Boogaloo. It'll star Revive Zack. Zack is going to be back. Zack, instead of Gact is back, Zack is backed. It'll be a Zack game. This party will be him, Cisne, a revived Aerith. Fucking hell. Elmira will be in the party. Forever Crisis. There we go. Now we're cooking. The 30-year cook, more like the 50-year cook. It's not ending, chat. They ain't no getting off of this trainer on, chat. Oh, Roxas, yeah, I guess I am close to the dreaded number, which means that when I get my next follower, I need the follower after that very soon after. Although it does feel like we're a bit in the end times in general, so maybe it's fitting. Re trilogy as per my last email. Max is gonna be right. It's gonna end with everyone kissing. Cook that, fraud Tifa. Forever Crisis sounds like an upcoming DLC. Yeah, it could be. I still find Tonberries more frightening in the original than I do in the remake trilogy. I will say that. Even though I'm cooking this guy. Something about these old Tonberries scare the shit out of me. Compared to the newer one. And the newer ones are tough in their own way. But they just they walk so menacingly slow here. It's like a countdown to your demise, you know? Zach's party will be him, Cisne, Aerith, and Lightning. Also, Salt, or Sully from Monsters, Inc. Assuming Essie is a subsidiary of Disney by then. There we go. You want the Tonberry humidifier? I know. I know. So it's in the next screen that I should put the save crystal, right? Yeah. Is this the heart of the planet? And Sephiroth can't be far. Item. Oh no, it's in the last screen. I think. That'll be fine, yeah. Here we go, chat. We're almost there. We are almost there. We finally made it. Yo, Cloud, I picked this up on my way down. Elixir, thank you. Time to make one last ruckus. What do you got for me? I found this on the way down, Cloud. Yielding materia. Oh, Cloud, I found this on the way down. Remedy. But what? Come to think of it, didn't you find something on the way down, Tiffy? Like, no, of course it's materia. Here, Cloud. Command counter materia. Remember, I'm the one who found it, which means when this is all over, you better give it back. I love that. I suppose there are merits to your company. What does the command counter materia do? Oh, magic counter. Counters with link magic when damage is taken. Oh, fuck. Counters with link command. Ooh. Command materia is the yellow materia, right? Commands materia color. Yellow. Yeah. So I can put chain attack onto that, which is pretty cool. Which would be a cool, which one would be a good... What would be a good magic to use as counter? Comet? Sure. Ultima? I was thinking of Ultima, yeah. But who has Ultima? Somebody had Ultima, and I was like, oh, their Ultima is doing something different. So I didn't think of doing Ultima. Tifa currently has Ultima. You know what I could do? I could just swap hers. Or I'll put Ultima counter on her. Yeah. Let's do that. We save again. All right. Chat. Almost time for cinema. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. I'll leave it on this screen for the vibes. But I'll be right back. All right, everyone. Let's Mosey. Damn it, not again. What is it with you and that wimpy-ass phrase? Give us something with more gusto, something like, I don't know, move out. Let's move out. Nah, keep Let's Mosey. Fuck you, Sid. The hell? There's hundreds of them. Shit, they're coming full force. You better go, Cloud. We'll be right behind you. No, I'll stay and fight. These screams. I think these are like modded in screams. Don't be a dumbass. We'll be too slow altogether. Barrett's right. I do wonder how they'll handle this. Pick two people and head down first. It's one hell of a warm-up. Okay, everyone's making their pitch to be part of the group. They're almost here. I see on the floor above us. Hurry up and pick Cloud. Sticking with that crew. All right, you guys. Later. So one thing with the mods is like sometimes you get some misses. You get some stinkers. Like those screams, not a fan. Hold on, chat. Put that volume mix up a little bit. Is there an Iron Giant? There is the Iron Giant. I was waiting for it. This motherfucker is slash all. So speaking of Birth of a God, I talked about this on stream once before. It's an idea from Blitz. I will talk about it when we get to it, but there is a moment that might be pretty sick for Birth of a God. Like, we haven't heard it yet, but there is a moment where it would be pretty sick. Fuck off. I wonder if my regular counter materia is overriding my command counter materia. I might need to adjust that. Oh no, there it is. I have not fought the weapons now. I don't really do a lot of like the crazy content. And especially for stream, I'm just focusing on story. Damn, Cloud is doing fucking nothing. That did nothing. The best line in the game is about to be said. I have been to an FF7 concert, yeah. I went to the Rebirth concert in New York, and I've been to the like 16 and FF14 concert that happened in New York as well. I mean, it goes everywhere. It tours, but I'm just saying when it was in New York is when I went. Fuck, that did no damage. Is there a fight for every step? Pretty much. Oh, Jesus. Thank you for the blessing. That was one of those that, like, one of those sneezes that you just you feel it in your bones. I don't know if you had those things before where it's like it reverberates to your body. You're like, oh shit. Like it leaves an ache. You can manipulate it to where you get no encounters on descent. Oh, that's fine. This area though feels so much. This feels so much. The soul sneeze, yeah. This area feels so much like the one in Rebirth, where this music was playing. We've looked at this before, but just to reiterate it, I mean, this whole area is so coded in Rebirth. In this moment, where is it? Here, where you're like falling and you're on platforms. You're literally on different platforms as like this stuff is flowing in the background. This is like a super cut of all the moments. I love when they do the triple attack. Where is it? There it is. There it is. I mean, it's so... It's so much this. And again, it's so sus that they moved some of these moments up. It's like, why would you move these moments up? Like this moment, and they moved up the Bizarro Sephiroth. Why would you move them up if not to make space for something else? What was that? Jenova. Brace yourselves. Chat. I see people saying, calling this Jenova complete. But the correct translation, would anyone like to comment on the correct translation of this boss's name? Just out of curiosity. which I didn't realize. I wish I realized this when I made my video, but I didn't realize it. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Jenova, synthesis. Crazy. It is synthesis, Zalapsky. I think like in Japanese, and I think maybe in the localization they called it Jenova Complete. But yeah, the official name was Jenova Synthesis. Actually, what does it call it in the strategy guide? Because that would have the original localization name. Let's see. In the strategy guide, she is called, oh no, Jenova Synthesis. Still. You can see that. It's like reversed for you, but it says that Jenova Synthesis. Yeah. Jenova Complete is a song. Got it. Yep. Fucking Jenova Synthesis. I honestly assumed on the video's release you did that. You did realize it? I didn't realize it. I forgot that one. It would have made my video even stronger. I could have been like, see, just like it was called, but I forgot. Why don't we try Typhon? Look at this cursed demon baby. This is your ringtone? That missed! All that and it missed. No way she got stop off on Barrett. Yeah, she got a countdown. Didn't get very far. Didn't get very far. Okay, so even though, from what I remember, you don't go straight into Bizarro Sephiroth, but chat, Bizarro Sephiroth is where we first hear Birth of a God. And is where we get Birth of a God. And there was this crazy cool cook by Blitz, and it happens in Max's chat while Max was talking, and he proposed the idea of Sephiroth enlisting Cloud's help to kill Jenova and hence free himself, not to make himself a good guy, but to free himself from Jenova's control so that he could be the ultimate bad guy. And he proposed that would be the final conflict with Jenova. And Blitz said in chat, I'll never forget it, because the second he said it, I was like, oh my God, that's so good. Is like, if once you do that and Sephiroth becomes his own true final sort of form, he becomes the god that controls everything. That is when Birth of a God drops. And I was like, oh shit, that would be cool. That would be so cool. And it works because, like, in the OG, you defeat Jenova, and then the Bizarro fight is when you hear Birth of a God. We expected that because we fought Bizarro in Rebirth, but it would still make sense like narratively, it makes a ton of sense. I was like, damn, that's good. I was like, fuck, that's good. That's that good cook. Rebirth of a god. So bright. A light. Is it holy? Ah! Sid. Well, slap my ass and call me a chocobo. We're all together again. Now where the hell is that son of a bitch? Sephiroth. Thanks so much, Cray J, for subscribing. God, who knew the real Sephiroth would be this powerful? Hold on, I need to bring the volume down a little bit. It's a little too cranked for the music. My body! I am listening to my brain, whoa! Sephiroth, no, not yet, I'm still... My front legs, my back legs, my tail, feels like they're gonna rip off. This is bad. He's in a whole different league. He's in a whole different league. I don't know if I can take much more. Cloud. There's no good way to do this. There. It's there. Cloud? Holy's there. It's shining. Aerith's prayer is shining. Holy Aerith? This isn't over yet. We still have hope. Hopes and dreams. Hopes and dreams. Stick to my main crew. It's gonna make me split into 2 parties, not 3 this time. Oh shit. Okay, so I think I have theirs set up pretty much what I want it to be. Look at Tifa's fucking HP now. She was from like the lowest to the best. You know what? I should top them up on try to set him with an elixir. How many elixirs do I have? I have plenty of elixirs. Okay, party number 2. I have been leveling Vincent a little bit. I have Sid's ultimate weapon, so that would probably be good to have. I also have Yuffie's ultimate weapon. I've barely played with these characters, chat. Venus Gospels, that's good for him. And she's like nothing at all. Holy moly. don't really have that much materia. Shit. This is tough. All my good summons are used up too. Fuck it, MP ups. Well, hopefully this goes well. Good stuff, bro. It's been hours. Stop swearing, it's not classy. Stop swearing, it's not classy. Interesting direction. I mean, I will curse as naturally as I always do. I'm just gonna be myself. Aerith is here. We're all here, even Cloud. There's still so much we can do. So no, I'm not giving up. Ever since that day, the hands of life's clock were frozen still, but they've begun to move again. Sephiroth, now it's your turn to slumber for eternity. Oh my god, slumbering for eternity? Kind of like, you know, it's like the Jenova thing. Which is like they put Jenova to rest forever. It's kind of a similar thing. Aerith's wish our wishes. We came to deliver them, so listen, O planet, and show us your answer. I do wish, there was something. I do wonder, at the very least, if I've wondered if the empty materia could be used here in a way, because we know that materia carries knowledge and memories. And so I was curious if in what happens in part 3, if the empty materia gets used and then gets cast in a way here, like if those memories get used in some way, you know? As for you, Sephiroth, it's time to settle this once and for all. Notice Sephiroth doesn't say anything. He actually, in the OG, has no lines of dialogue here. I'm level 77, by the way. That's perfect. Perfect. I probably should have done Mighty Guard. I forgot to do it. Man, that attack. Yeesh. What's he doing? Alright, yeah. It's time for the different party. Okay. Yeah, here's Birth of a God. Let's pump it a little bit. God. They gotta be saving this up, right? They're saving this. They obviously, I mean, this is like the second most beloved song, or sometimes people's absolute favorite song in FF7. Like, One Winged Angel is probably more iconic, but Birth of a God is arguably even more beloved, you know? Square knows. They know. Daga. Renaissance Energy. God, that ability on Tifa is actually so cool. It's kind of like an Ultra Monk attack. Like, that's how it looks when she has like Slash All. I forgot what it says. Like, should I continually be switching between parties? I forgot exactly what you're supposed to do in this fight. Five parts. When using two teams, have the first team eliminate the left magic and the head, and then switch to the right team when given the chance. When the right team destroys the right magic and head, it may be necessary to destroy the left magic as well. The core's right defense drops. Have the right team destroy the right side of the core, then switch back to the left team. The core's left defense should now be down. Attack the left core until it's destroyed. Got it. I haven't really been paying attention specifically to the cores. Let me see if I can even hit it. Nothing's happening. No, doesn't do anything. It's those stupid wings. Yeah. Sephiroth. They did incorporate the wings, like, very in your face. I feel like I'm in a constant flip between the two parties. I just had PTSD. I remember reaching that part of the fight and I was like, oh no. I feel like I'm making no progress. I feel like I'm just like killing several parts of it. I'm gonna stay here real quick before I switch again. I mean, the good thing about that fight in Rebirth is like you at least have Yuffie to use her ninjutsu. It's such a long time before like new commands become available. All right, sure. Let's do Bahamut Arisen. Hell yeah. Stigma. Oh shit, Geostigma. Ooh, that almost took out Vincent. God, this Bahamut is one of my favorites. This is one of my favorite Bahamut animations. Like, for sure. It was a treat to see Bizarro on Rebirth. My jaw was on the floor. I was like so surprised that we got to it so early. Max has made this point multiple times of like, we got Zack and Cloud fighting together early. Obviously, we got Bizarro Sephiroth early. Like, very unexpected to get these fights early. Or were these like things that we expected to be later in the trilogy? We got now, which is kind of nutty. Hit him with another Bahamut. Stigma again. You know, like how the summons stay on the field? Yeah, but it's also hard to imagine how to do it just because like summons were such a byproduct of a turn-based system. Like they make a lot of sense within the turn-based systems. Like do an entire cutscene just to do an attack. I feel like it would be kind of lame if using a summon just resulted in one big attack and then they went away. So I personally kind of like having them around. They're sometimes a bit of a distraction on the battlefield, but I do kind of like having them around to actually use as like another party member. Like I get ATB on them, so sometimes some of those like 2 ATB attacks especially do a lot of damage, and so it's really helpful. And then you also get their ult as they leave, so the cumulative effect of like having the summon on the battlefield and then doing their final attack gives it that extra boost that you want a summon to have, you know? The thing is, like, I barely use the summons very often in Rebirth. I usually kind of, I only really use the summons in hard mode. There were like several boss fights in my dynamic, like first playthrough, where the summon option would come up and I would just forget. I would just have a summon available the entire time and I would just forget to use it. I didn't really use summons in Rebirth. Yeah, me neither. Which is kind of wild because like you're so used to using them. I use them a lot in Remake. Yeah, I didn't really use them. In hard mode, they did very little damage. In hard mode, I was just desperate enough that I just needed anything I could get. So I welcomed them in hard mode. I was like, whatever a little extra damage I can get, I'll take it. Probably should have switched earlier, because now he's like healing himself a million times. Sure. Vincent on the verge of death. Oh, he's hitting the core. Hell yeah. The only thing I hate about this fight in the OG is like I'm just not sure what's happening. Like if I'm making progress or not. I'm continually jumping between both parties. I'm like, am I doing anything? Is it... Left core died? Hell yeah. Typhon kind of sucks. God, I love that Tifa attack. I like magnify all attack. Oh. It just looks extra cool from her too. Like I said, it reminds me of like even Monk in FF Tactics. I feel like I need to beat the... I need to kill this core though. And I haven't done that yet. Oof. Hell yeah. There we go. It just auto switched me. I gotta kill the head, I guess. It's the only thing I could hit. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? I guess I switch. Because I think the core is dead. Yeah. Although that might have been it. So the flashes, we got the flashes. Or not. I'm like, do you want to switch party? I guess. I guess I want to switch parties. I don't know. Giga Flare. I do wish I had the 3x speed thing for the summons now. Oh man, that's gonna be interesting in the Saber Sephiroth fight. We're just gonna have to sit through the entire supernova attack every time. Is this guy done? How many times has the head died now? And the physical strategy guy's actually terrible at telling you how to do this fight. What the fuck was that? Shit balls. He ulted hard on me. Fuck. Oh yeah, I got him, finally. Except I'm gonna start this Sephiroth fight all 1 HP. We're gonna be 1 HP at the start of this fight. Oh, damn shit. So chat, this is the... I do know this is some additional dialogue here. I do know that. It's not much, but... there's some additional added dialogue here. The end. All shall end. Everyone, everything will meet its doom. Whereupon all shall begin anew with me. So that's new. That was cut dialogue. It does remind me a little bit of his Rebirth dialogue in the Temple of the Ancients. Get it, Tifa. Get at it, Tifa. Okay, that's a good start. Shadow Flare. Fuck off. Damn it. I can't see the menu. Dude. Am I targeting Cloud? I can't see. I did, okay, thank God. Supernova time. shit, how bad is this gonna fuck me up? Like, is it gonna kill Tifa? And then I'm not gonna be able to see her body when I'm trying to revive her? It leaves at 1 HP? Oh, does it? Is this the one? I can't remember between this one and Heartless Angel. Get ready to heal? Okay. Well, I did throw a regen is my next command. My next command. My real handicap at the start of this fight was the 1 HP. Coming in with 1 HP. Oh yeah, I could probably do the commands. You're right, you're right. I mean, it looks beautiful in this mod. Come on. Come on. Come on. Shits. I think he had cast a Mega Elixir too. Alright, at least I'll get them. I'll get both of them up at least. And then I'll get an elixir. And Barret. Thank God for W item. Ow. Mighty Guard again. Supernova in the English version deals gravity magic damage, so half HP of the team, while in the JP it can kill. Oh, damn. So the Japanese version was way more brutal. Why is the camera so close? I don't know, Troy G. Dragoon. I feel like it must be something with the mods. I don't know why it's so zoomed. It's driving me insane also. And he flew up. Oh, I can zoom out. I can zoom out with L2. That's helpful. L Rider. Okay. Oh, fuck. He turned Barrett into a damn frog. I wish I had a ribbon for Barrett also. He's always sad. Barrett is always sad. It's because Marlene's gone. He misses Marlene. All right, Sephiroth, have a good night. Oh, wait. Oh, that's it? Really? What a bitch. What a bitch. Sephiroth, hold on. Look at this baby. This baby boss. Easy money. Easy money. I expected that to go longer. I didn't even have Knights of the Round. That was just straight up me versus him. And I never got a limit break, so I still get to do my first time doing Omni Slash will still be in the cutscene. Yeah, lucky he didn't do Heartless Angel, yeah. We've done all we can. Hold up. What about Holy? What's gonna happen to the planet? Always the big question. Always, this is really the true question, right? Like, what's gonna happen to the planet? That is really what's at stake, I think. Oh, does that A1 Gaming? Like, if you're maxed out level 99, it actually increases his HP 7 times? Like, is that really a thing? I don't think I've ever fought him at 99, at level 99. I'm not sure. I guess it's up to the planet. I do remember reaching level 99 once as a kid, but I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. You're right. We did everything we could. Our part's done. I mean, it makes sense. If you reach level 99, he should be 10 times harder, right? It's kind of like Expedition 33, where if you do all the world stuff and you level yourself up, it makes the final boss really easy. Like, having the boss scale a little bit kind of makes sense. Hear that, you guys? There's no point in agonizing over it. Leave all your fears and worries behind. We can go home with our heads held high. Not so fast. Something wrong? I can feel him. What are you? He's still here. So I don't want to interrupt the cutscene when we get to it. Yeah, I'll talk about it now. But obviously here is where Cloud gets pulled back and fights Sephiroth 1v1. Without a shirt, of course. For plot reasons, I guess. I don't know. And in it, it's an automatic win. You get Omni Slash, and then you kill him, and then you see what looks like him dispersing. I always saw that as Cloud truly defeating Sephiroth in his mind, right? Like the last attachment of Sephiroth to Cloud being defeated and dissolving into Lifestream. Obviously, and I do think that was how people saw that ending up until Advent Children came out. Like, we just assumed, okay, that's the end of Sephiroth. That's the true final confrontation with him. Cloud finally sheds him. it's a sort of like death of this attached consciousness to Cloud that haunts him. And then in Advent Children, we obviously get additional, he comes back, On the Way to a Smile comes about. Actually, I believe On the Way to a Smile, the book, if I'm not mistaken, came out the year after Advent Children. So Advent Children came out first. Then On the Way to a Smile came out and gave us additional information like Lifestream White, Lifestream Black, specific to Sephiroth, Lifestream Black, which talks about how he holds on to, he like sheds after what happens here. He sheds the last bit of his like real humanity, and like some aspect of him still lives on in the live stream, and that is what comes back in Advent Children. But there was a feeling of finality to defeating Sephiroth the way we defeat him in a minute. And like when you beat this game in 1997, you're like, okay, he's done, he's gone, it's over. There's obviously still what happens with Holy and all that, where there's some, it doesn't go completely right. But as far as like Sephiroth, there is a feeling of, like I said, finality, that you do shed him completely from Cloud. His attachment is gone. Cloud fully puts him to rest and gone. And between the years of 1997 and 2005, I think we all assumed, okay, Sephiroth was defeated there. And what I think would be great is if they are building toward a new ending to the remake trilogy, then they actually, my hope is that what they're really building toward is giving us that finality that they removed by continuing to build the story through Advent Children and Dirge. It's like, for at least a few years, everyone who played FF7 back in 1997 felt like they reached the end of the story. We all wanted more FF7, but like we didn't expect it to go the way they did. And so I wonder if building toward this new ending is a way to give us that feeling of an ending that we had and that was then taken away by the continuation of the compilation. So that I actually feel like it's over. If Remake doesn't finally bring Sephiroth's arc to an actual close, I wonder why he did a lot. I feel like that may have been like mistyped, B. Hickman. Because I feel like I'm not getting exactly what you're saying there. But I get the sense of what you're saying. It's like, I wonder why they did all this the way they did, right? I certainly didn't think it was the beginning of a 30-year adventure, that's for sure. Yeah. So, let's experience it. Why is he loud? Laughing. Chat. Not to interrupt Cloud in the middle of a mental break, but again, we keep talking about this theme of like things being moved up, right? Things happening earlier than they happened in the OG. Bizarro Sephiroth happened earlier. Is probably the biggest one. We expected Cloud and Zack to unite and fight together at the very end of the entire trilogy. That happened sooner. But the bigger thing is Bizarro Sephiroth. But on top of that was also this. Is it here? Is it in this file? Shoot. No. Where's the cutscene, though? Sorry, I have my files that are like... they're broken up in a different way. Yeah, here we go. So observe the dialogue that is on screen here. Cloud says, "Why is he laughing?" And then at the end of Rebirth, Sephiroth flies away. I think he says a similar thing, right?
Why is he laughing?
Because he knows this isn't over.
Why is he laughing? Why is he laughing?
Because he knows this isn't over.
Why is he laughing? So this dialogue that happens at the end of the OG already happened in Rebirth. Interesting. Could just be a reference. It could mean more. That some of this was moved up, you know? Cloud? You guys never noticed that? It's a little interesting. And Sephiroth did know it was a 30-year adventure. Yeah, he was ahead of it. I think it means Sephiroth is an all-around happy guy and laughs a lot. Yeah. See you in the movie, clown. Hey, what's up, Missouri Hunter? I've been waiting, clown. God, it's so badass. I love watching people who didn't unlock Omni Slash and then they open their limit. They're like, what the fuck is that? Seven seconds till the end. Coolest moment in gaming history. Yeah, it's up there. Have you ever tried not attacking? I haven't. I did hear something happens. I forget what happens, Notorious. Cloud just auto volunteers with Omni. Oh, he just does it eventually anyway. So that looks like boom, over. It's not over. He will never be a memory. That's not what we thought in 1997. You know? Omni Slash in 7 hours is gonna go hard. I wonder how they do it. Labib Zahid. No more. No more. FF7 re. That's it, just re. Live stream? Oh, I wanted to ask the guys if this cutscene is different in there, because I may not have their version. At Turk at Odie is the final cutscene. I think I'm beginning to understand. An answer from the planet, the Promised Land. I think I can meet her there. So, worst case scenario, I will look up another playthrough of the Shinra Archeology Cut, because I currently have cutscene mods and it may override, like Shinra Archeology Cut, I assume retranslated this, but I currently, because of my mods, I think it's overriding. It uses the OG like modded cutscene versus the Shinra Archeology translation. So I just realized I forgot I needed to turn that mod off to get the Shinra Archeology version. So this is all the same. But we can look up. I found another playthrough yesterday of the Shinra Archeology Cut, and we could check that out. I'm also asking the guys in case they can like send me the cutscenes, you know. There's no specification in Japanese. Yeah, I know it's like a big point of contention in when it comes to that ending. I think like technically just this is like, I think I can see them or something. Let me turn the volume up on this too. Shit! We finally see Marlene again. I mean, this was such cinema back in the day. It was like, what the hell? Yeah, 95 Dragon. Like, I get what they ended up doing with having, you know, some kind of really negative, like, side effect from the live stream washing over. I still don't fully understand why Holy failed. It's only, like, presumably because it was so late, but the way they describe Holy in the Forgotten Capital with Bugenhagen, Holy is described as like almost this all-powerful thing that should be able to do whatever it needs to do. It seems like it was trapped by Sephiroth. It was, but then it was freed here. And then I think even the characters say, I guess it was too late and it works against us. But like Holy, as described in the Forgotten Capital by Bugenhagen, seems like it should just be able to dictate whatever it wants. Like it renders a judgment based on the prayer. So it seems like the judgment it decides is to not save the party and humanity. Wait a damn minute. What's gonna happen to Midgar? You can't let that happen. I had everyone take refuge in the slums. But the way things are now, it's too late for Holy. And this is how they describe it, too late. I'm curious about the updated translation. Meteors approaching the planet. Holy is having the opposite effect. I've always been like, why? Why is Holy having the opposite effect? Forget Midgar, we gotta worry about the planet. And I don't think any interview or Ultimania or anything has ever truly clarified that, right? Always assumed that if Sephiroth was stopped sooner from holding Holy back, it would have been enough on its own. Yeah, it just seems like a bit... It seems like an excuse to let this happen, honestly. Like, writing-wise, it feels like an excuse to let this happen. Well, here's the thing, is like 1995 Dragon, you say, I think it's a good environmental story beat, like what the whole game is about, but it feels kind of morbid and overly negative, like, yeah, all humans gotta go rather than just Shinra. The thing is, like, that was not my initial read of the ending back in 97. I just assumed, okay, the live stream and Aerith came and helped out, wiped out Meteor, And then you see the planet 500 years in the future, and I always just saw that as like, oh, okay, humanity moved on from Mako extraction, and the planet reclaimed, like nature reclaimed the world. Like nature reclaimed the planet the way it should be, like rather than just like humanity basically wisened the fuck up and like things did get corrected. That was always my read on it. Then Advent Children comes around and it's like, oh, actually all this live stream, it made everyone very sick. So I never read the ending originally as negative. I only read it as like needing a little bit of like a Deus Ex Machina in a way, in the form of Aerith helping out in order to like do what you wanted to do. But I never read 500 Years Later negatively. I kind of liked how it jumped 500 years, Drake. The reason why I liked jumping 500 years in the future and not showing the party specifically is because it then focuses you as the player. Because like when you jump 500 years in the future, to me, I always saw that as like, hey, like I know you love the party and everything, but the real focus of this entire story is about saving the planet. So here is the planet 500 years later living on, right? Like in the Bugenhagen scene in the Cosmo Canyon, he describes it as like, if all this continues, the planet is going to die. So I seeing the planet 500 years later, you know, lush and overgrown in greenery, it's like, oh, you know, the planet lived on. They are also all dead. They're not Mundy. They're not. Like, they're quite literally not all dead. And once this like credit screen shows, I will show you the quote from the writer, because he's asked at one point in 2003 about the ending, and he says, oh, the intention was to show you, you know, that everyone lives on, the planet lives on. There was no like sense of death. It wasn't that humanity died off. That was never, at least with the writer, Kazushige Nojima, he never meant for that to be the takeaway. Katase, who directed the game, later said in an interview that everyone died. And like that has kind of become the canon, but that was not the original intention. In fact, in that interview, Nojima says like, oh, we were supposed to have like smoke rising out of Midgar, like, you know, kind of like camp, like fire, indicating that people are alive, cooking and barbecuing, whatever they're doing. And like that was supposed to be the sign of life, but they literally just forgot to animate it. They forgot to animate the smoke. And you know what's kind of funny is smoke has become like such a thing in Rebirth. It's like you know, keep an eye out for smoke. What do they say? Fuck. What does Sid keep saying? And they say it at the very end of Rebirth, where it's like look out for smoke, or I'll send up smoke. I'll send up smoke. Like there's such a thing of like sending up smoke and smoke signals. And so I wonder if that's a hint of like them bringing back the smoke signal thing as like a sign at the end of part 3. Can I speed this up at all? No. Monday also said, I'm at the characters, so they couldn't show up with red. Oh, yeah. And it's 500 years later. They talk about that too. He was like, what we decided for FF7 was to not just show everyone, like the whole party afterward, which they had done in other Final Fantasies, apparently. And they consciously decided not to do that. I think we'll have that in Re-Trilogy, though. I think in Re-Trilogy, they're going to want to end with more finality, right? They kept saying, like, Katase at one point said, I want to leave these characters with no unresolved feelings. And the way they handle this ending is all unresolved, right? Like, you just jump 500 years in the future, but in terms of the characters, you don't know what happens to them afterward. You have to wait until Advent Children. So I think they're going to reach a new ending of some kind. The story might actually work out pretty similar, but the final like ending of like where the characters end up, I think it'll be very clear that it doesn't just lead into Advent Children. And I think what happens at Meteor Fall will be quite different, I think, in order to like make that clear. Here we go. Yeah, I agree, Piment. The laugh was always a sign for me. That the children's laughter always was like a sign of like they lived on, you know? Generations continued, etc. I don't think so, Odie. I don't think this is leading to AC. Not anymore. I've been one of the staunchest believers that it's not going to lead to Advent Children. A lot of like core story beats might stay the same, but I think the very end will like, it'll be obvious that it's not going to Advent Children. And there may be an epilogue that like makes that even clearer, you know? Like we might see the characters years later. There's laughter. You know, endings aside, fuck Midgar. Well, that's the thing I like about the ending is like the ending is a fuck you to Midgar. It's like a celebration of humanity and the planet. I just love how like these old games, the game just closes. It's like over. Literally the game is just closed. But with that in mind, let me bring it to here. Sorry, here. See, I don't think Advent Children is what comes next. I think they're gonna, like I said, 90% of the story could still stay the same. I don't know if it will, but regardless, I think that the very end will be a deviation to pay off remake. Let me find real quick that Shinra Archeology playthrough so we can watch the retranslation, because I realized that my cutscene mod overwrote it. Let me see if I can find it. It's right here. Okay.
Beep, 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 boom. Boom, boom.
It was the 4A Productions playthrough. They did a playthrough of it. Just jump ahead. Okay.
We beat the game with only one of every materia and one of every color on each character.
For your guys' sake,
and
sorry,
changing characters and half XP.
I'm just going to.
We will also
make this bigger
try
for
to
you
beat
guys.
The weapons with the same challenge. Shouldn't be too bad, but I do wonder if I'm going to need to grind it all.
I'll probably just mute him too. The live stream? Is he still talking? No.
The Final FMV has an alternate version with a beta storyboard used for the dialogue. Do you have to set that in the settings? Or is it already that way? I noticed the text looked different. It's in the settings. Okay, so I think this is the regular ending then.
Oh, is this the regular ending?
Is this the regular ending? I don't think this is the regular ending.
Planet's answer, the promised land. It's where we can meet again, I think. Oh yeah, that's updated. That's a different dialogue. Yeah. That's an updated translation. So it seems like there are two versions of the ending in Shinra Archeology. This one is a retranslation of the normal ending, and then they also say, you can't see it, but Turquoise Hammer was in the chat. He's the one who worked on this mod and the translation. He said, the final FMV has an alternate version with a beta storyboard used for the dialogue. Other than that, the vanilla is just retranslated as usual. So they retranslated the regular final release, but they also did a version of the ending with the beta storyboard dialogue. Probably have to check that on another night. I might just like play it off stream, record it, and then you guys can watch. We can watch it together. It's where we can meet again, I think. So there, you know, in the original translation, it does say like is where we can meet her again, but here you'll see is where we can meet again, I think. It's a little more open-ended, but I do think Aerith is like implied there as well. But it could mean, you know, so his mother, other people.
That's really nice.
Oh yeah, what about the others? Yo, over here.
Barrett's face.
Looks like they're all safe. What a relief. I'll be damned, they made it out in one piece. But what the hell do we do next? Any minute now, Holy's gonna start working. And when it does, this place will be done for. Oh, Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Even the writing of this is like clearer, I feel like, right? I'm very curious what they say. I wonder what the translation is. I'm more curious what the translation is when we get to the Holy situation.
This is nonsense. How do they go face first into the crater, turn the engines around? How in part 3?
Shit.
Can have some because I crazy on these shots could be. I don't even understand why does it like start.
I think he's saying the same thing I did. He's like, why does it start not working? Like working against him. All right, let's see what this translation says. Damn it, what's gonna happen to Midgar?
What's gonna happen to Midgar?
Ain't there anything we can do? We've already evacuated everybody to the slums.
We evacuated everyone to the slums. It'll be
but
fine.
If this doesn't let up.
They're totally
all right,
safe down there.
Stop talking. You're saying the same thing I'm saying. Holy must not have made it in time. The meteor's too close to the planet. Okay, so that's actually like a clear description, I feel like, right? Like, the meteor's too close to the planet. I forget exactly what the dialogue said in what we just played, but this is clear, you know, like, okay, I guess I get it. The meteor's too close. Okay. At this rate, Holy will just make things worse. Forget Midgar. The whole planet's in danger.
Originally says Holy's having the opposite effect.
Oh, that's what it originally said. Yeah, somebody just said that in chat.
I still don't really understand what he means by Holy will make it worse. Or in the original he says Holy's having the opposite effect.
Yeah, in the original he said Holy's happening the opposite effect. Yeah. Instead of the meteor's too close.
Place,
which makes some sense.
Is that not better than it hitting the planet?
Over there. Yeah, it said it was, well, the thing is, Monday, is it said it was too late, But then after that, it said it's having the opposite effect. And that is the part that always confused me. I was like, wait, why is it having the opposite effect? But here in this translation, it says, oh, it's too late. The meteor must be too close. The meteor's too close to the planet. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess that sort of makes sense. You know? That original translation has like that thing about it working, having the opposite effect. I'm like, opposite is working against us now? Like, why? Why is it working against us? That's fucked up. What the hell's all this? The live stream.
I do hope that they still hit like this, you know.
My read on this part is that the meteor
I would be
itself
upset
is
if
a
they didn't
wash in Jenova's essence. By needing to contact and interact with the meteor, the live stream here becomes tainted and thus spreads geostigma. Is that accurate? I don't really know, to be honest. That's probably a valid read, but I don't know the actual. Like, I thought that it happened because the live stream already had Jenova in it, and so when it washed over the population, it spread geostigma just through contact itself. I don't know if it works the opposite way, which is I think where you're pitching, but yeah, I don't know. Several other ones. The Rebirth meteor is a psyop to expose the live stream and corrupt it. Sephiroth wants Aerith to bring the whole live stream straight to him this time. So that's the updated translation. Cool. I mean, there's nothing else. There's no more dialogue in the other ending. Oh no, that's right. Did I hit 666? Hold on. Go to the in-game screen. This is where it shows it. I did reach 666. Oh my god. It's the devil number. Oh well. Interesting. Let me hold on. Let me bring up that one interview real quick for you guys. Of the writer talking about the ending. I can show you how to find it. So if you guys ever want to look this stuff up, this is all available through Shinra Archeology Department. So if you just look up Shinra Archeology Department, it'll bring you to their website. And on their website, they have guidebooks, articles and interviews, fan works, etc. If you go to articles and interviews, the one we're going to check out is the one from Dream Maga, October 2003. And it has the PDF here. And here in the interview, you can see, this is the one I mentioned in my video, but we were just talking about. Interviewer, I feel like the game's ending left players scratching their heads. There were several ways you could interpret it. Do you think you could sum things up for us? Nojima, says the writer. For that last scene of the ending, we decided not to harp on about what happened to each character like we've done in the past. Instead, we came up with the idea of suddenly skipping forward 500 years. Though people often say it's difficult to understand, the message is pretty straightforward. Basically, because of the efforts of Cloud and his allies, the planet is still around, and smoke is rising from Midgar, which means there are definitely still humans alive. The theme was quite simple. Naora, who's like the animator, the lead animator, interjects, "Oh, I just remembered. I may have forgotten to add that smoke," and starts laughing. All present, so everyone in the interview, you've got to be kidding. Roars of laughter ensue. Yeah, so that's what happened with the at least that animation. In terms of the interviewer's question, I wonder if he was like even more I wonder if the interviewer was confused about the whole holy not working. Like, is that the part that, like, if anything, that's the part that had me scratching my head more than the 500 years later scene. But I'm so glad we have this answer, because it sort of kills the whole theory that, like, the intention was to kill humanity. I'm like, I didn't read it that way originally. So, let me go here. Let me turn on a little bit of lo-fi for you guys. Because we are reaching, I believe, the end. It's almost midnight for me. But let me chat with you guys, see if there's anything else I can look for anybody to raid into on the Twitch side. But what do you guys think? Where are your heads at after you sat through that again? I know I offered like some thoughts, but really the ending is what's probably most up in the air in a lot of ways, which I'm happy about. I've told people this before, but like, I'm almost like, it goes back to the theory bro conversation that we had earlier, where I was like, I don't really feel like I come up with like a lot of theories. I do like a lot of analysis and I point things out and try to like clarify things that I think are happening in the story. But I kind of don't really want to predict in some ways how it's going to end, because I want it to surprise me. You know what I mean? I do want it to surprise me. So I don't want it just like handed to me in that way, you know? But yeah, let me check see what you guys said. SubTXT, also in Rebirth, some people forget that Red 13 also has S cells in him, because Hojo experiments on him, and his reaction to Aerith at the end is uncertainty, since the tone of his voice isn't sure. He's definitely had I know like, yeah, experiments were done to him. I don't know if he has S cells. Actually, you could be right. I just genuinely don't know. Multiple endings, please. Oh no. That's the one thing I've heard this proposed a lot of times. I don't want multiple endings, just because like we already have debates on like, how do we get that stuff in with the shipping stuff? I'm like, I just want an ending. I don't want it left open to interpretation, because everyone's gonna be fighting about what's the real ending, what's the canon ending, what's not the. I was like, ugh, just give me an ending. You built the story, just give me the story. I don't want to debate people on Twitter about the ending and the better ending for the rest of my life. You will leave me with unresolved feelings if you do that, Square Enix. I know you don't want the characters to have unresolved feelings, but I will have unresolved feelings if I have to continue to fight with everyone online about what the correct ending is or not. What music is playing right now? It is a lo-fi remix of one of the FF14 tracks, specifically the FF14 track from Gridania. But I could share the link, at least to the Spotify link. So it's lazy and cowardly. Exactly. Tell me your vision and be done with it. Multiple endings to try to satisfy everyone. Yeah, I agree. I have heard, I had this argument with Baby Seal, because he's been a big proponent of multiple endings. And he said, okay, but what if the multiple endings are like the way it's done in God of War Ragnarok? And I was like, I'm not going to spoil anything in God of War Ragnarok, but I'll still explain it without spoiling, without saying anything specific. Which is, so in God of War Ragnarok, you have the ending, and then there are like NPCs that you can have like another cutscene with, and that's like another ending of a sort. I don't see that as a multiple ending scenario. I just see that as like epilogue content, where you then go and you can have additional scenes with other characters. I don't really see those multiple endings. And I do think you can argue, actually, I've never played the Ragnarok DLC, but from what I've heard about it, that also has more Kratos story and like even more resolution on his character. So again, I don't see that as multiple endings. I just see that as like extra, like epilogue. That form I will be cool with. Like if you want to do something where we reach the end of the story and then we go around the world and then we like have an extra final cutscene with Tifa and Barrett and Yuffie and like there are extra things with the characters, I'm cool with that. Like that, like if that's what you define as multiple endings, I'll take that. More content with the characters I like, sure, I'll take that, you know? But in terms of like the actual ending, I need the ending decided by the writers, personally. Or that's what I'm really hoping for. And it's hard for me to imagine a multiple ending scenario that would be satisfying. But maybe that's a failure in my imagination. But it's just hard for me to imagine that being satisfying. Chrono Trigger's did multiple endings. It can work based on our decisions. Yeah, but I mean, I can't comment on Chrono Trigger because I haven't played Chrono Trigger yet. I just feel like decision making isn't really a thing in FF7. Like you have the relationship decision making, sure, but it's not like a Mass Effect or other RPGs where you make a choice and it has a knock-on effect of the story that you experience. So I don't really see like decision making as like a big part of the FF7 experience. So in that case, it's like it just feels like multiple endings, that form of multiple ending doesn't really ladder up to the gameplay. That like nothing in the main narrative up to this point has been decided by the player. You know, it's not like we reached the end of Remake and we as players were able to decide, do we kill the Whisper Harbinger or do we leave it alive? You know, like we didn't have that choice. So I don't see those like story-based decisions as something that's kind of part of FF7 naturally. So to inject it into the very end, I mean, maybe they pull it off, but the way it would feel to me is like they did that just to appease everyone, just to give everyone an ending that they can choose. You know, it's like, oh, you want this ending? This ending is for people who want things to turn out this way or that way. There was a really good interview with the lead writer on Dispatch where he talked about running into this on Walking Dead season 2, because he worked at Telltale Games and wrote on the Walking Dead games, and he said one of the difficult things that they had was they got knocked a little bit in season 1 for like not giving players enough opportunity to sort of like really impact the story, like make a choice that felt like it really had like a big impact on the story. So that was one thing they tried with Walking Dead season 2, where at the end of that, you're given the choice, I won't spoil it, but you're given the choice to like clearly choose between two sides. You can either go with this character and effectively betray the other, or vice versa. And what he said was what they found is that they did that in order to sort of like satisfy, you know, players who kind of wanted that and expected that even from the first game. And what they found was that in reality, there was really one ending that only truly worked, and only was really truly satisfying. Like people would choose the other ending and then they would feel dissatisfied, even though like that is what they thought they wanted. And so he was like, ironically, we had a lot of people choose this second ending that was kind of worse than the other ending, but there was only one true ending in a way, because like what you think you want is almost not what you actually need for the resolution of the story. Like you think you want this ending, but what you actually need is that ending. But a lot of people picked the other ending. And so it sort of like worked against them, he thought. And I thought that was an interesting like conundrum, you know, in terms of like the benefits and drawbacks of a multiple ending situation. Just noticed your shirt, very cool. Yeah, it's like the Red 13. I think I got this on like Redbubble, or I think it's called, or One of those like t-shirt sites. I forgot. It was years ago I got it. Chrono's a mute protagonist. Oh, that would make a big difference, yeah. Because then you're more... Because I haven't played Chrono Trigger, but from hearing the description of like Chrono as a mute protagonist, it is a little bit more of like you're actually role-playing, right? Like you're making more choices as the character. I do need to play Chrono Trigger. I do. It's on my list. I did buy it on Steam like about a month ago. So I will play it eventually. I know it's like a classic. The worst thing a writer could do is cancel a great ending they had in mind just because fans need rights to figure it out. Yeah. I would think they work better for games that have a protagonist is kind of mute. Got it. That's, yeah, and that's what you said about Chrono. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I think you were talking about like not seeing certain people in the chat. So on the on-screen chat, I show both my YouTube chat and my Twitch chat. It's just that theoretically, it's against the terms of service on Twitch to show the logos, because it would be an option. I used to have it, so you can clearly see who is chatting from YouTube and who is chatting from Twitch. But supposedly it's like a terms of service thing. You can get like banned or whatever from Twitch. It's stupid. But theoretically, I'm not supposed to show what platform the chats come from. So on my stream though, you'll be able to see all the chats. So you don't see all of them on Twitch, but if you don't see them on Twitch, it's because they're coming in through chat, through YouTube. Twitch is being petty. I know. It sucks. Because everyone puts a multi-chat. Everyone multi-streams now, and everyone puts a multi-chat on their stream. Yeah, they're just petty about letting people actually see that. Western audiences tend to really need to have a definitive canon end. Eastern and Japanese storytelling in particular doesn't always shy away from ending ambiguity, and its audience accept it. I don't mind ambiguity in an ending, V. Hickman. Like I like the ambiguity in FF7's original ending, but so I don't need like a definitive canon ending. At least like, well, hold on. Let me clarify. I feel like I do need a definitive canon ending as in one ending. Like the end of OG FF7 is like a singular ending. It could be ambiguous, you know, what exactly happened in that one ending. I do think though that the remake trilogy has set itself up to give us a more definitive ending than what we got in the OG, because it's a whole 30-year cook thing, but more specifically, it's like a lot of the quotes that the devs have said that like, we want to bring this to a real satisfying conclusion. We want to make sure people are like satisfied at the end of all this. And so I think there's something similar happened in Evangelion, right? Like the original Evangelion anime ending is very open. Like it's very ambiguous in a lot of ways. Like the ending of the original Eva anime reminds me a little bit of the ending of like 2001: A Space Odyssey, where it's like very metaphorical and like all that. And then the ending of the Eva Rebuild movies gives you much more of a like solid, here's where the characters leave off. And it has more of a like resolution, like a proper resolution. And so I think that's what they're aiming for. I think, but even the new Eva ending it's not like, okay, have a good day, like, or the end, you know, like it has some, it's somewhat open to a little bit of interpretation, kind of, but it's more definitive. It's way more definitive. And so I think that's what they're aiming for with the remake project, is I think they want to give us an ending that does what the OG didn't, right? The OG FF7, you flashed all the characters, then you jump 500 years. I think they give us more than that, more of a proper like epilogue and resolution on the characters that they denied us in the original. And I think in doing that, it will also help clarify what's different from the Advent Children future or whatever. And just like Eva, the creators have been dealing with these characters and worlds for decades and just want to give them a happy ending. Yeah. Eva original ending is a way more realistic depiction of coming out of its depression than the rebuilds. Sorry. It is. I mean, I think the original Eva ending is an incredible piece of art. Like the original Eva anime is like a fucking phenomenal bit of art as a whole, like as a like piece. It's incredibly rich and interesting. But it's also a reflection of its creator, right? Like its creator was actively going through depression at the time. And then when I think it was Anna, right? And when he made the rebuilds, he wanted to sort of like reflect his own journey, like his own 30 years that had passed, and like how his view of things had changed or resolved in a new way. And so it's like Eva is very meta in that way, and that it's such a reflection of its own creator, and it is like a singular work. Like it, not that other directors didn't work on it. There's a lot of people involved with it, but it's very much a reflection of like its creator. FF7 isn't quite that. It's a little bit like Nojima definitely has his hands all over it, but it's more of a, you know, shared creation, you know? I think I watched the Eva remake, but not the original. I should go back and watch both. Dude, the Eva anime is so good. The original Eva, I like the remake too. I like the rebuild too. But the original anime is also really fantastic. It has like, especially through the end of that series, some of those episodes were just like mind-blowing. There's an episode in the original Eva anime that's like very much like an introspective like look at the main character. Like all throughout the show, you're like, what's going on with this kid? What's going on with this kid? And there's an episode that really clarifies where his head is at. And it reminds me in some ways of like the live stream sequence from FF7, where you really dive into that character's mind and get a peek at their perspective. And it really shifts everything that came before it. Like it's not like an aha revelation in the way the live stream sequence is. Like, oh my God, Cloud was actually this person. It's not like that. But like after viewing that episode, you then look back on how that character acted in the episodes that led up to it. And you're like, oh, this is what was going on internally for this character. Now I see Shinji differently. Yeah. Iteki went through depression with the rebuild movies, but thank God he's in a better place mentally. Definitely reflects his mental health as an art form. He's, you know, a tremendously talented artist. I heard you need like a watch order guide for Eva, so that's been kind of stopping me. I don't think so. I mean, maybe there is, but I'll just tell you what I did, Cammy. I just loaded up, I think it's Netflix. I don't know if it's still on Netflix, but I just loaded up Netflix. I just watched the anime in the order that it was in there, from beginning to end. And then I watched the end of Evangelion, which was like a follow-up movie, like back from like the 90s. So I watched the anime just straight through in the regular episode order. Like I said, then there's like a movie called End of Evangelion. I watched that. That was like I think that was like the episodes that were not completed with the original anime for some reason. And then I watched the rebuilds. Just watch a series that tells you everything you need to know. It's very symbolic and dense as hell, but it's really good. Yeah. It's simple. So Jake Lloyd, yeah. It's simple. Watch these 26 episodes of the show. Watch the movie. That's it. Yeah. It's very straightforward. Netflix has all of it, except for the rebuilds. The actual rebuild movies, I believe those are on, when I watch it all, those are on Amazon. So I watched the original anime and End of Evangelion movie on Netflix. And then I went to Amazon and watched the rebuilds. There was a translated video interview with Sakaguchi on a PlayStation Underground demo disc before FF7 came to the US, where Sakaguchi talked about his mother's death and its influence. Yeah, it was definitely like an influence to some degree. I do think like it was definitely an influence, but I don't think it was like, I think there's a whole lot of Nojima in there too. I think Nojima took that input, like, I want a reflection on life and death, and then Nojima cooked, you know? Because from all accounts that I've heard, like Sakaguchi was not that involved with FF7. Like he was doing a lot of other stuff and all that. That's what I had heard, at least. That his direct input on 7 wasn't massive. But I haven't looked into it, it's just what I've heard. I'm looking on Netflix and a few results show up on Evangelion. Should I watch? Yeah, Neon Genesis Evangelion first, and then end of Evangelion. I don't know if I saw Evangelion Death. I'm not sure what that is even. But I definitely watched Neon Genesis Evangelion, and then end of Evangelion. I don't know if Jake knows more about that. I think it's weird how some old heads worship Sakaguchi when I think FF, I think Katase, Nomura, low-key. I think what was great about Sakaguchi from what I know, and like I said, I'm not a Final Fantasy historian at all. Like, I haven't finished a Final Fantasy game before FF7. I played some of 6, and I've played nothing of 1 through 5, so I'm not an expert on it. In any way, nor do I pretend to be. But from what I have heard, Sakaguchi was especially helpful with like keeping things on track, where like he had like sort of a vision for the game design of a Final Fantasy game and like how it should generally work. And I think there is like I think all the games pre like 12, it's like all the way through 10, I think have like a pretty tight identity in some ways. Even if there's a lot of variation, I think they're very like, there's like more consistency to that era of Final Fantasy versus the more modern era. That's kind of been trying to find its identity a little bit too much. I believe Sakaguchi said 9 was his favorite. Yeah, that was like that was his swan song. Yeah. 8 was the one that had less Sakaguchi influence. Yeah. Yeah, after the Square Enix merger, that was the time. All right. So I'm going to raid into somebody who I used to watch quite a bit. She's playing Kingdom Hearts for the first time in the end zone. I used to watch her for FF14 stuff. And she's very nice. And she stopped streaming for a little while, but she's back. And I'm sure some of you guys are into Kingdom Hearts, so we can go over there. But on Sunday, let me pull up my next thing. So what's next? So on Sunday, February 22nd, that's the next stream. We will reach the end of Crisis Core, I believe, and then hopefully jump into a little bit more near. I may prioritize just finishing Crisis Core. I know I tried to do that last Sunday. And then next Thursday, for our weeknight streams, Final Fantasy VIII. We will start Final Fantasy VIII. Which I'm very excited about. I just want to, like, I don't remember almost anything about 8. Like, I remember big things. I kind of remember Laguna's identity. I kind of remember, you know, the sort of like true history of Squall and a lot of the characters that's revealed toward the end. I know time compression is a thing. But a lot of details, including the ending, and everything in between, I really don't remember much. I played it 20 years ago, so I'm just curious to like play it again and see if it hits me differently. I wasn't a huge fan of 8 when I first played it as a kid, and I have a feeling that as an adult I might like it more, but more than anything, I'm just curious. I'm just curious about it. So that's what we'll do on next Thursday. But on Sunday, again, we'll finish Crisis Core. Hopefully we'll talk more FF7. I have some more topics about the remake trilogy I want to talk about. We'll talk about on Sunday. Some interviews and stuff like that. But I saved that for Sunday. I have some things bookmarked to talk about on Sunday. But today I just wanted to focus on finishing this. And good thing I did, because we went until almost 12:30. So I'm gonna raid on Twitch into Bats. So can you please, for people who are on Twitch, can you just add the here's the raid sort of message. I'll just put the Tifa High and the Aerith High. So that'll be the message on Twitch. I'm about to rate it now. Thank you so much, everyone. I will see you on Sunday.